Today's guest is a member of the Salt Lake City SWAT team and a recipient of the life-saving award earned while on duty. Stay tuned until later in this episode to hear the award citation and his side of the story. He is a dear friend of ours and claims he met his heroes, Nick and Dave, during his time in the Marine Corps, where the government trusted him enough to employ rockets and explosives. In this conversation, he tells us how he overcame a difficult childhood and went on to succeed in the military. And we get a little into what he's up to now. He's gotten to see a bit of the world, knows his way around the bottom of a whiskey bottle. He will do more push-ups than you. And if you look outside your window and see him with a shotgun and some C4, you know you fucked up. You may know him from Xbox Live as Juicebox 1996. We are honored to welcome our friend, Officer Jamie Greenfield.
You smell that Domino's pizza at the door? You got a little DoorDash?
Yeah.
Oh, man. No, it's good, though. It's good to sit down, shoot the shit. Everybody's got a little drink, too. It's nice, man.
I'm prepared for the long haul. I got a few beers. I got a can.
A can?
Yeah, I'm kind of a pussy, so I just do the Zen give me free stuff.
Dude, that's what I do too.
That's my favorite, but I have to do two. I put 2 pouches in.
Oh, do you do the upper deckers or the lower?
I'd switch, so I'll start here and then I'll switch up. Every time I pull them out, I'll put them up and then I'll switch them.
Dude, I'm an addict for these things.
Yep.
When I fucking wake up in the morning, I brush my teeth. The first thing I do is pop one of these bitches in. It's like a lifeline, dude. At work, I'll fucking pull one out and put one right back in.
Crack an energy drink.
Well,
dude.
Funny part is, a friend of mine who's like really conscious about putting substances into his own body. Like he doesn't drink, he doesn't smoke. He started using these Zen pouches because he watched this interview with some neuro specialist, right? Some brain specialist. So nicotine is a neuroprotectant. So it actually, the chemical itself is good for your brain. It's just smoking is so bad for you. But like it helps with stress, it helps with energy, it helps with it's a stimulant. So you obviously don't, if you take some before you go to bed, you're going to be awake, but it's actually good for you.
Yeah, dude, I was hearing that same thing. It's like there's like actually some studies too that it's like it could help prevent dementia. Uh-huh. Nicotine itself can actually, I heard a lot about that shit too, and I was like, whoa, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Like if, and it makes sense too, because like you're like studying or you're like trying to think about something. It does. You pop one of those bitches in, and you're like, all right, I'm ready to roll.
And another good way to get it, because I've also heard the same thing, that it can help you focus or something if you're in school and you need to write a big paper or something. But a safer way to do it is the nicotine lozenges, and you can get those.
Oh yeah,
you can get those at the VA. That should be our first advertisement. Is head down to your local VA and tell them you're really trying to quit smoking, and they'll give you some nicotine lozenges for free.
Have you tried them?
Is it like like what?
No, it's like a cough drop.
Really?
Yeah, I've seen those things. You like them, Dave?
Yeah, it's like a big mint, and you just, you could tuck it in your lip and let it dissolve, or just kind of like suck on it or put it in the back of your mouth. But it's
the way I like it.
It's a similar. I think it's. I think it's a similar concept as the Zins. Like it's just.
You're getting. That's interesting. I've tried the gum. It doesn't do anything for me.
Yeah,
I never liked the gum either.
I feel like with the gum or the cough drop, though, like I don't know if I would like it, because it's like almost like having it in, like I like the kind of the burn of it too. Sometimes with like a lozenge or gum, I feel like I would. I mean, you get like the dose of nicotine, but I feel like I don't know, you're almost like detached from it.
Well, it's even then, like when I chew the gum up, I just stuff it in my lip,
Right. Just pack it in like a dip.
pack it in there.
Yeah.
Um,
I do miss like traditional dipping, but that shit is fucking, it gets all over the place, man.
yep. I still can't do wintergreen. We'll talk about that story too.
Oh, yeah, dude. I got a good one from the barracks with that one.
Good stuff. But all right, I guess we'll get into it, huh?
Yeah, man. Just go from the top.
Yeah, man.
So I was born
Jamie
and raised.
Greenfield.
I was born and raised in Salt Lake City, Utah. I call it Salt Lake City. It was really a small town called Kearns. Not really a small town. Kearns is like the Compton of Utah. Not as bad as Compton, but high crime
Right.
rate, drugs, gangs, all the whole shebang. So that's where I grew up.
Was your family always like was a lot of your family from that area, or did they move?
Yeah, no, we grew up there. My grandparents, like my grandma still lives there. Same house. She's lived there for the past 50 years.
Oh, wow.
They bought it for like 50 grand back in the day. Wish it has.
Back in the good days. A bushel of blueberries.
Yeah. So early on, I think I was around 3 or 4 at our first house when I can finally kind of start remembering things. A lot of this stuff I didn't put 2 and 2 together until I didn't put 2 and 2 together until I got older. And then that's when, like, now thinking back onto that stuff, it's like, oh, like this is what was really happening.
Right.
I ended up getting evicted out of that house because my parents got hooked onto meth and heroin.
Man. And that's a big drug area. You said that.
Yeah,
so they were growing up, they didn't do anything like that. It just kind of came in the later years.
Kind of after like talking with them a little bit about it. It's also like trying to talk to them now. It's altered their mental state. Like, you know, my dad and my mom, I feel like they operate on the mental capacity of like a 16-year-old.
Really?
Due to the amount of drug use that happened over that time. So we get evicted. We move up to some crap hole apartments in Salt Lake City. And so we're living there for a while, and stuff starts to take a pretty drastic turn downhill. Dad becomes an alcoholic. They're still doing dope on the side. Like to the point where I remember like, yeah, my dad was never like a violent drunk person. Same with my mom. My dad was in and out of jail all the time as a kid. But to the point where it's like, dude's blacked out, passed out on the table. You know,
right, just
like
can't function.
Yeah, for us, that's like, oh, it's normal. Like, oh, dad's just sleeping. Like trying to eat hot dogs with like the microwave light because our microwave was broken. So we like turned the light on and like put the hot dogs up to it, try to heat them up so we could eat them.
Oh my gosh.
Stuff like that. And then at one point in time, like one day, like my dad's in there, he's passed out, blacked out, drunk. He had like broke the table. He like fell on the table, broke the front table. And then my mom's like just packed us into the car and then we just left.
And what age was that? Do you remember?
I was like 5.
Man.
So I was about 5. So that's like, we packed up, we left, we moved in with my grandma. We stayed there for a little bit. Dad starts.
And this all in the same area, right?
Kind of. So the apartment was like downtown Salt Lake.
Okay.
And then my grandma lives in Kearns, which is probably like 25-minute drive.
Oh, okay.
Here, so 15 miles, give or take. Then, so from that point, we moved back in with my grandma. We stay there for a little bit. And then like my dad starts to get a little bit better, or what we thought was better. And so we end up kind of seeing him for a little bit. And this is where my timeline kind of gets fuzzy. Because from like 5 to 9, like we moved around a ton. So I'll try to keep it in the best order as I can. But
yeah, it's hard enough to remember those years without hopping all over the place.
Yeah, some of the stuff I remember like really vividly, and then other things it's like I don't remember if this was before that. But we'll try to keep it in the best order as I can. So, trying to think. So after that, we end up moving into a small apartment. My mom moves into a small apartment. or no, sidetrack. So dad and mom starting to talk again. Right. So we were going to visit and stuff. We started living with them. And I remember at one point in time, my mom gave us the option. I think I was like 6. Right. She gave us the option. She's like, you can go live with your grandma, or you can stay here with me and dad. And obviously, being a 6-year-old at the time, I was like, oh, I'm going to stay with mom and dad.
Right.
You know, so me and my younger sister chose to stay with my mom and dad. My older sister went to move in with my grandma. And there's like, we were living in some apartment shitholes. I remember my grandma had this on my dad's side. She had this really crappy apartment that we went and stayed there for a while. And it was like, we had this little minivan. I don't know how we got it because we had no money. And then we were like, dude, it was drug central over there. Like, dealers were coming to the house, doing meth in the kitchen. Like, I didn't understand what it was until I became a cop. And then I walked into a house and I smelt it. And I'm like, I know exactly what that is. And it was cooked meth.
Oh, man.
So like,
yeah, that must have been a revelation, excuse me, Jesus. But to be like, to smell it and then be like, hey, well, I guess it probably triggered that memory too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was like, boom. As soon as I smelt it, I was right back in like my grandma's house. It was a small apartment. You'd walk in, there's the living room, common area, a small kitchen. Into the back, there's the back door, and then like a washing machine. And to the left, there's a bedroom, another bedroom, and then a bathroom. And then we had my grandma, my grandpa, mom, dad, me, and my sister living in this tiny little apartment.
Man.
So like, and it was like, I joke about it a lot because I use dark humor to cope with a lot of this stuff.
Yeah.
So if I make a joke about it, I'm not fucking crazy. I just think it's funny, at least now.
Right.
But like the pastime, like for us as kids, like me and my sister, for us to kind of like, all right, like, what are we going to do for fun? Because all the adults in the house are all dope sick. So they're too high or drunk or what have you to even go out and do anything. So for us, it was like, oh, we'll go like collect cigarette butts outside. You know, you could walk around outside in the apartment complex and try to collect cigarette butts that had a little bit of tobacco left in them. And then it was like, we'd go turn them in for a reward. I'd be like, oh, you did a good job. Like, this one's halfway. Like, give you a little pat on the head, half a cosmic brownie.
Oh my gosh.
We'll find some more.
Yeah.
Who were you giving these cigarette butts to?
My parents. So
Jeez.
Parents, grandparents, like that was like that was like the pastime. Like, we didn't have nothing else to do. So we're
That's fucking rough, man.
Yeah, we'll just go do that, like collecting cigarette butts. And then at one point in time, I remember, so my mom got pregnant by one of the dealers, but didn't tell my dad. So there's this weird thing, right? Like, she didn't tell my dad that she was pregnant at the time, but she was exhibiting all the signs of it. But it was a drug dealer who got her pregnant. So, yeah, I remember one day, like, we're in this dope house. She ends up giving birth in the apartment. And I'm like some 6-year-old kid. And I'm like, okay, like, I don't know what to do or what's going on. I couldn't understand it at the time. I remember my grandma was like, you and your sister need to go hide. I'm like, what the fuck? So like, all right, like, we go hide. We went down to the kitchen, and to the right, there's a washer and a dryer that were stacked on top of each other in a small door. There's a bunch of clothes, right? So we took all these clothes and kind of hid in the clothes. And then I remember this big, giant guy with a flashlight, like, shined it right at me. And I'm sitting down there, like, hopefully he doesn't see me. Like, if I don't move, he can't see me.
Yeah.
It turns out it was the fire department. So the fire department showed up because she was in labor. She gave birth on the bed that we all sleep on. And then, like, they just kind of took the baby. Like, they took this newborn away. I didn't know what it was or what happened at the time.
Was your grandma, was she telling you to hide because of, like, the state of how y'all were living, and she was worried that, like, if the fire department or whoever showed up and saw that, they would get, like, CPS involved and shit like that?
Yeah, so what was funny is that's exactly what happened. within a week
from that, yeah,
that incident, from within a week, we were picked up by DCFS. They came in their cars, came in, took us out of the house. I hopped in the car. I had no idea what was going on. Me and my older sister was there at the time too. And then they drove us to a place called the Christmas Box House, which is pretty much like an orphanage.
Yeah.
Kids that are getting put up for adoption. So I remember like the first night I was there, because they separate the boys and girls. So my sister's got a room that they could share, but it was across the complex of where we were staying. So I stayed in my own room with some random kid I've never fucking met. And I remember all I had was like a bed and like a small radio that you plug into the wall. Like that's all I had in this room. So I remember like being a little kid and like scared. Like I didn't know where anybody was. It was new. No idea what was going on. So I remember like opening the door, trying to sneak out to find my sisters. And then I got lost. And it was like just...
Yeah.
Like
I was about to say, that must have been shitty too, to then you're separated from your sisters too. And like... with no clue what the fuck is going on.
Yeah. So we stayed there for a while. It was a while, and it was weird because it was like we didn't do anything wrong because we were kids, but in the same sense, it was like I felt like I was in a prison.
Right.
You know, like we got 1 hour of outside time a day. Everything else was all inside. When you go outside of the playground, there was barbed wire on the top of the fence.
What?
Like surrounding the playground. And then occasionally we'd go out to do activities. I remember we went to a Grizzlies hockey game. It's like a little semi-pro league. And I remember like trying to talk to the adult people that were in charge of us. Like, hey, dude, like my house is right there. Like I know how to get home from here because we used to walk everywhere. It's like, I know how to get home from here. Like drop me off so I can walk home. And they're like, no, we can't do that. Like I was so mad because I didn't understand why.
And they gave you, did they like try to, I mean, and I know you were a little kid at the time, but they try to explain anything, like at least say in any type of terms, like, you know, it's going to be all right, things like that. I mean, because it sounds like this place was, they need to revamp how the hell that ran, because it's like they just take you in there. They don't tell you any information. You're a kid. You don't know what the hell's going on, and it's not going to benefit you. You know, at least give you some info to, I mean, you don't have to put it all the way out there, but at least try to, you know, be a support system.
Yeah, no, it was, they do the typical things like, oh, everything's going to be okay. But I had no idea why I was there. So
Right.
no idea why I was there, what was going on, how long I was going to be there, what it even was. Like I had no idea. And then, like I ended up hearing some kids talking about it. They're like, oh yeah, like hopefully I get adopted, or, you know, like my family's coming back for me, just wait, stuff like that. Like, so for us, it was like, oh, that kind of set in. It was like, oh shit, like we might get adopted.
Yeah. What was the age range of the kids there?
They went from like 5 to like 15.
Man,
So
that's a big difference.
Big group, right?
Yeah.
So if I travel back a little bit, that whole second grade or first grade, like I didn't go to school because I was in the apartment. My parents were too hooked on dope to take us to school. So like we just didn't go to school. I remember,
like you just didn't even know about it, I'm sure. Or did you go to kindergarten or anything like that?
Yeah, so I had some school experience, right? I knew what school was, and I enjoyed school. And I remember telling my parents that one day. I was like, "Oh, like, well, how come we don't go to school?" You know, and then they come up with something. I don't remember what they said. I was like, "Yeah, I miss school. I like school because they would feed us there. You know, I got a guaranteed meal at school.
Yeah.
You know, so we fast forward. So we're at the Christmas Box House. We're there for a bit. So I find this out like 10 years later, 10, 15 years later, that before they took us to the Christmas Box House, they did a hair follicle drug test on me and my sisters that were living in the apartment, and I popped positive for meth. So they were smoking so much of it in there that I had it
in the secondhand
in my
smoke and all
system.
that. Holy shit, man.
So yeah, I had it in my system during that time. So,
and you said 10 years later. So what did they just like disclose that information, or did you ask about down the line, like what the hell happened?
So, one of my dad's sisters, so my aunt was the one who called it into DCFS, and I had a big catalyst on the, like us getting spotted by the fire department where we were trying to hide. My mom's giving birth. She calls in like, hey, these kids shouldn't be here. I ended up finding out from her right before my second wedding about stuff. So until then, I had no idea.
Man, that's nuts.
So at that point in time, my grandma is the one who actually adopts us. Technically, she becomes our legal guardian and takes us in on my mom's side. So, mom's side grandma, we end up living with her for a while. And then it's like my parents get out, and then they have to go through all these drug court classes. They regain custody and visitation rights.
They sent them to jail when all that stuff happened?
I'm not 100% sure. I'm pretty sure they did. My dad, for sure.
Right.
My mom, I have no idea.
Okay.
So I'm not 100% sure on that. But so I know they had to do those classes because we would go visit my mom on the weekends. And then she would kind of tell us like, oh yeah, I'm doing good with my classes, like blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, great. And then it gets to the point where it's like, okay, we can now move in with her. She's regained custody. But okay, cool. So we move in with her. Obviously that didn't last too long. Then there was like some weird stipulation where she couldn't see my dad for whatever reason. Like, I don't know if it's legit or not, if that's just what she told us. She's like, oh, I can't see your dad. So at that point in time, you know, like he would still come over. So he'd come over, we'd hang out. He'd bring over like some of his jail buddies that he was locked up with. Like, oh yeah, he's a cool dude, whatever. Like they treated us well, like his friends did. They weren't like super crazy fucking weirdos, but and then they fell back into that slump again. So still on meth and heroin, but this time it was a little bit more egregious, and I was a little bit older, so I understood it a little bit more, to the point where like it was normal. Like my dad would take me on deals, right? Because nobody's going to search a kid. Like cops aren't going to search a kid. So like,
so he's having you do some of the work.
Little bit, nothing. Nothing super crazy, but enough to where it was like, that's pretty gnarly.
You were involved in it, yeah.
I remember one day specifically, we were sitting in a car. I was in the passenger seat in the front. He was in the driver's seat. We drive up to another car. He hands me a $20 bill. I hand it over to this other dude in the car, and then that dude hands me 2 balloons. So I hold them, and I'm like gripping them for dear life because I'm like, dude, if I drop these, like, Dad's gonna get sick. They're gonna hate me. So I remember like death gripping these things, and then like handing them over, and like that was normal. Like, okay, that was a normal thing.
How old were you at this point?
Probably 7 or 8.
Jeez, man.
So that kept going on for a long time. At this point in time, we're now enrolled in school, so I'm going to school. And it was funny because it was like we just walked everywhere because we didn't have a car. So it's like I'd walk to school every day.
Yeah.
There was one, I like went back and traced how long it was, but it was like 3 to 4 miles. Like I would walk to school every day and walk home with my little sister.
Yeah, that's a young age, and you said it was kind of a rough part of town to be walking 2 little kids 3 or 4 miles back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
Man.
So yeah, like that was a norm. We ended up moving into this little 4-plex because, I mean, every place we'd go there for a few months, get evicted, have to move into another place, get evicted, have to move. So that's where the timeline kind of gets funky. Like some stuff might be out of order.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure it's hard to piece it all together.
Yeah. So we ended up moving into this tiny little 4-plex, still it's in West Valley now, which is like just southwest of Salt Lake City. Still kind of a shithole area, depending on where you're at. So we moved into this 4-plex, same deal. Like we got maybe a real crappy car that barely works. I think no, at this point we bought another minivan. And at that point, because like my dad was my role model at the time, because he's the only adult figure that I had, him and my mom, I was like, dude, I want to grow up and be a freaking drug dealer and a gangbanger. Like that's what I want to do. That's
yeah.
So I
and that's
What
all
you
you
saw
see.
happening.
What'd you say, Dave?
No, I was just saying, like, yeah, when that's all that you see, you know, especially at that age, you know, that is your male role model, is your father,
Right.
you know, and you, as you get older, maybe you interact with more men that can become role models, you know, whether it's teachers or like you start going to like friends' houses and you notice how other dads are acting and things like that, you know, but for probably first 8 to 10 years of your life, it's like you're just watching everything your parents do.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's funny because it got to the point where I was like, oh, dude, like obviously I don't know how to get drugs because I'm 7 years old. I was like, I don't know how to get drugs, but I know how to get candy. I was like, dude, I can get this candy. I can separate it into smaller amounts and sell it at school for money. So that's what I ended up doing. Like backpack full of candy, freaking selling it to kids at school. I remember having like the Nerds licorice rope. That was like those things like down my freaking pants.
You're hustling.
Yeah, kids coming up and like, hey, what you got? I'm like, oh, I got this, dude. And like pulling out a licorice rope, you know, like selling it to these kids.
Yeah.
To the point where I earned like a decent amount of money as a kid. Like $100 for a kid is a lot of money.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
I was like, I got a lot of money. Like things are good. And, you know, using that. But the shitty part is like my dad supported me in this. He's like, yeah. He's like, we could do this, right? Spend $20 on a bag of candy, separate it, charge them this much, and then you'll make a profit of this, this, and this. And I'm like, okay, cool, let's do it. Like, dad's in for it. Like, yeah, let's do it. So we're living there. We're at this fourplex, and I remember like one time we needed a car, so we went into the dealership to buy this old shitty minivan, and my dad was short money, so I used my candy money to help pay for this minivan.
Man.
So we ended up driving away with it. He didn't make any more payments on it. I'm pretty sure it was reported stolen after a while because we were always changing. Like we had the paper temp tags.
Yeah.
And we were always like changing the numbers in the back so it wouldn't show expired. All this other weird stuff.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's fucking terrible. You're making one to be thinking that you need to do that, and then two, you're putting up money for a fucking car when at that point in your life you should be worried about so much other shit that you're not even worried about shit, you know?
Yeah. So that happens. And I remember like the big thing was like, you know, I'd get home from school and then it's like, we don't have plans for dinner because we didn't have money to buy dinner. I remember our house as being like a hoarder, super messy house, like little pathway carved with like a walkway that was like carved out with like clothes and dishes and shit everywhere. You know, our rooms were a mess. And then like me and my dad, we'd go on these walks, right? So we'd walk from our little fourplex to a Harmon's it was only like maybe 2 miles, give or take, maybe a mile and a half, 2 miles away. So we'd walk over there and then for me and him, it was like we just chat back and forth, right? And then we get to Harmon's, and excuse me. So we'd get to Harmon's, and then it was like we'd go to the deli section and ask for free samples, and that was like dinner.
Jeez.
So we're like, hey, dude, can I get a chicken strip? Or like, what about this salad? And we'd be there for like 20 minutes, like asking for samples. And then like that was dinner. And then we walk home. And, like we do that like once a week. We'd go there, kind of get away from everything.
Yeah.
So, and then at that point, so we're getting evicted again from this fourplex. To the point where we end up like sleeping in that van, like finding a place to park. We're sleeping in the van. We're going to that same Harmon's, like, holding up cardboard signs, asking people like, "Hey, do you got any money?" Like as little kids, like, so they'd game plan it and then separate it. So it was like my mom would take my little sister out and go ask people on the other side of the parking lot, and then me and my dad would go to the different side of the parking lot and do the same thing, right, and collect everything that we could. Then we come back and be like, "All right, this is what we got."
And were they still using at this time as well? So it was like probably the majority of all the funds you guys did get that could have been going towards a decent meal or shit like that was going to drugs.
Mm-hmm. Well, and it got to the point where I was like, I understood the concept of money and things, right? Because I'd hear them talk like, okay, like I don't have enough money for white or for crystal or for black, which like slang terms for meth and heroin.
Yeah.
They're like, we don't have money for this. Maybe we can trade them for this. So they would trade stuff for it, or they'd go pawn stuff for it. So like all of our toys, we get toys for a holiday. We'd get them for a couple of days, and then they end up getting pawned. Then I'd ask like, "Hey, what happened to this?" And they're like, "Oh, we pawned it." Right? I'm like, "Oh,
that's so fucked."
So, and I remember, there's a few times where like they're like, "Oh, we don't have money for this," and I'm like, "No, take this. Like trade him this for whatever you need, so we can keep the money." To buy stuff, like to buy food and rent,
right,
and stuff like that. So I'd offer up my own stuff. Like I had one of those anti-skip CD Walkman players.
Yeah.
And I remember I was like, "Yeah, take this and give it to him and see if we can get something for it. Like you guys can get something for it. Don't spend the money on it." So like offering up my own stuff, so that way we'd have money to buy, food and clothes and.
And I'm sure too that they, probably as a kid too, like, make you feel like those, like the drugs are probably like a necessity thing too, that they needed to like be happy or do things. And so, as a kid, you were probably like, yeah, if this is going to make them have a good evening and shit like that.
Yeah, I remember, I think I asked one time, I was like, "Hey man, like why do you," I think I was talking to my dad, I was like, "Why do you need this? Why do you need this?"
Right.
And he was like, "Makes me feel normal, makes me feel happy, makes me forget about all of the other stuff that I worry about all the time, and then now I can be happy." So I'm like, okay. Like if that's what's going to take for you to be happy, like, all right, let's do it. Like whatever you need, like how can I make you do that?
Yeah.
Then, so we're getting evicted from there. And then we end up moving to a super shitty motel called the All-Star Inn off of North Temple. Real crappy area, a bunch of dope dealing, dudes getting shot and stabbed all the time. And I had to use my candy money to pay for our room for a couple of days. So Jesus. We stayed in there for a few days.
You had a pretty successful business from the sounds of it.
The old candy business, man.
Yeah,
that's nuts.
But yeah, I mean, I spent, all my candy money, but I had like $100 at the time. I'm like, here you go, like, use this. Like,
I know, yeah. When you're at a motel, it's $25 a night or something back then.
So,
and that was probably way better standards than living in the van living,
Yeah, and it was different. I mean, it was still like it was a little motel room, so I had one bed,
right,
and like a bathroom and a shower. Obviously, we never used the shower. Like I didn't understand what hygiene was until I was like 16, 17 and joined the Marine Corps. Like until I fully understand what like good hygiene.
Right.
So at that point in time, we're doing all that. We end up finding this Chihuahua, right? This Chihuahua's running down the street. We pick it up. It's got a collar on it. We had one of our own at the time and had a collar on it with a phone number. So we're like, okay, we'll call the owners, do the right thing, give this dog back. We call the owners. They live in a trailer park in West Valley. So we go to drop off this dog. And I remember because I was there for this conversation, and the owner of this dog, they were an older couple, probably in their 50s, 60s. And my parents are early 30s at the time. I'm around 7. give or take.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, hey, like, we don't have any money to give you guys for returning our dog. Is there anything we can do for you? And I remember my dad being like, well, you got a place to stay. They're like, yeah. So we ended up staying with this random group of people, like this random couple in a trailer park in West Valley. And they had one room that was probably like a 10 by 10 room. And it was like me, my mom, my sister, and me. Or yeah, my mom, dad, sister, and me staying in this 10 by 10 room. And we stayed there for a while.
Wow.
But like the concept is insane to me now, right? But I think about that insane. Now. Like, there's no freaking way I would move my kids and my family in with some complete stranger. Into this tiny little room. Like, there's no fucking way. But,
right. I'd be like, what the fuck?
Yeah, but think about those people that said, like, sure, you can stay with us, you know? If somebody brought my dog home and said, like, let me stay in your house, I would be like, what are you talking about?
Right.
Like, yeah.
Thankfully, you got my dog, but you can't stay here.
You know? I bet you it was probably like they just called it bluff, you know? He's like, oh, you got a place to stay? And they're like, yeah, okay, sure. And then he's like, okay. And they're like, oh, shit.
Right.
Like, you got me.
He's like, show us to the spot. Like, fuck.
Yeah, I think that's probably what happened. So yeah, we stayed with them for a bit. At one point in time, I forget how or why, I ended up moving back in with my grandma, and that's where I ended up staying until I was, you know, from the ages of like 8 to 16. So
okay. During that time, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
You're good.
Well, during that time, were your parents like popping in and out and things like that?
So when I moved in. Or are you talking about with my grandma when I moved back in?
Yeah, like when you moved in with her until the age of 16, were they still kind of in the picture? Or
yeah, so my mom was. So my mom moved back in with my grandma because it was her mom. So it was like my 3 sisters, me, my mom, my grandma, my grandpa, my aunt, all living in this 4-bedroom house in Kearns. Then... yeah, so we stayed there. My dad obviously wasn't allowed to be there because they blamed him for my mom's addiction. But yeah, and then at that point, it was like, you know, we get custody weekends, so like dad would show up. Remember, he'd like have to take the bus to come see us, and then like he wasn't allowed on their property, so we'd go out to the sidewalk that was off of their property to hang out with my dad for a few hours, and then he'd disappear for you know, until the next time he came to see us.
Man.
But the funny part about it, though, is like my sisters and I weren't bad kids, man. Like, we never rebelled. If they told us to do something, we'd do it. Like, so.
Yeah, I was just thinking that, honestly, man. Like, so many people that you hear that have, I mean, that's a rough childhood, man. I mean, there's no qualms about it. That's fucking rough. And sorry to hear that you had to go through that shit. But most people start falling into that lifestyle, and then, you know, they pick up drugs at a young age, and then they go down that same route because that's all they know. So it's insane that you've done what you have with your life and were good kids throughout all that. You know, that's a testament to itself.
Yeah. Yeah, it was funny because it was normal for us to see, like, the cut down straws to snort coke, razor blades all over the place to cut dope, spoons, like burnt spoons and stuff like that. Like, it was normal. I was like, oh, you know, like, it's on the table, or it'd fall on the floor and I'd pick it up, put it on the table because I knew that's where it went.
Right.
So, for me, that was like, oh, that's normal. So I move in with my grandma at the time, on my mom's side. And, I mean, things are good. They're as good as they can be for my grandma and grandpa taking care of everybody.
Right.
Grandpa, bless his heart, man, he's no longer with us. But he worked at Arby's, the same Arby's, for 45 years.
Man, like, that's some commitment.
Yeah, committed dude. And he was blind. Like, he was legally blind.
Damn.
So like 4 days out of the week, he would get up, he'd walk to the bus stop because he knew where it was. He knew which bus to take. He'd take the bus to fucking Arby's. He'd work his shift, and then my grandma would pick him up. But
they don't make people like that anymore. Legally blind, still doing a full-time job and getting after it.
Yeah, it's different. It's funny because me and him, like when I was younger, from like 12 to 16, like we butted heads all the time. I was like, this guy fucking has it out for me. Like he hates me. He has it out for me.
Was he always blind? Or did he have an accident or something or what?
No, it was a medical condition, right? So he didn't lose his eyesight until he was like 16. So like
16 years old.
Right? So he lost his eyesight. He could still see, right? Well, he had to be like within a couple of feet for him to like look at your face, recognize who you are, and stuff like that. So he wasn't like, like reading Braille, kind of blind, but and he always had this. It was like this long black stick thing, and it had a magnifying glass on the top of it. We called it his eyeball. Because every time we'd hand him a paper, he'd be like, "Oh, let me get my eyeball," and he'd grab it and like put it up to his face, and like, "Oh, okay." Yeah, until you drew him a picture, and it was hard. You had to look at all the lines.
Yeah, try to put it together.
But so I thought he had it out for me, dude. Like I was getting in trouble for like dumb stuff, like either not listening or like if I didn't take the garbage out when I was supposed to, he would freaking bag up the garbage and put it on my bed. And then I come home from school and be like, "The fuck is this?" Like I have a bag of garbage on my bed. And it's like it would leak, so now I got to sleep in fucking garbage water, like stuff like that. But I'm grateful for it because he helped mold me into what I am today. I didn't understand why he was doing it and why he was being so hard until I got older.
Yeah. He was doing it out of like affection. He wanted you to. Yeah. It was a good type of discipline and things like that.
Yeah, I remember getting in trouble and like cutting the lawn with a pair of scissors. Like he'd say, you know what? Here's a pair of scissors and I'd go cut the grass, and I'd be out there in the front lawn like clipping blades of grass for hours.
Yeah.
Washing the floors by hand with a scrub brush. That helped out later in the Marine Corps.
That's right. That's a fucking valuable skill.
Yeah, dude. But all sorts of stuff, man. And I swear to God, I was like, this guy has it out for me. And then it was at that point in time when I realized, I was like, dude, my mom doesn't act like an adult. She acts like a teenager. Like she wants to dress and fit in with the kids that I went to school with, who were like 13 at the time.
Right.
And she'd still act that way. Like she'd hold a job. The longest she's ever held a job was maybe like 4 months, right? She'd hold a job for 4 months. And then it was like, nah, I'm done. I quit. Manager sucks, or this place sucks, or something stupid. And to the point where like my sister got a car. My mom helped her pay for the car. And then out of nowhere, it was like my mom would come up and be like, "Yeah, I want to drive the car today. I helped pay for it, so I own it too." I'm like, "You're not driving the car. Fuck you," kind of deal.
Yeah.
So
Jesus.
when I hit that age, I was like, I want to buy a car. I used to babysit for my neighbors, and they'd pay me like $20 a day to babysit for them for like 5-6 hours. So I was like, heck yeah, I'm making money. Like, let's do it. They had an old broken down Dodge Neon in their driveway, and they're like, "Yeah, we'll sell it to you for like $500." I was like, heck yeah, dude. I'll freaking save up money and buy this car. But I was committed. I was like, I'm going to do this myself because I don't want somebody to be like, "Hey, I get to drive it too since I helped pay for it."
Right. You'd seen how that played out, and you're like, now if I spend my money, I own it, and nobody could tell me shit about it.
Exactly. So at that point in time, I was like, "Nah, dude, I'm going to do it myself." And that's when I first learned how to be self-sufficient. I was like, all right, like if I'm going to do this, like only I can do it. If it's something that I want, I'm the only person who can do that and achieve that. So, like, I'm going to put forth some effort and some extra work into getting this done. And then I didn't know shit about cars at the time too. Like, I had no idea why I was broken. So I'm out there.
Right.
I remember like the first time I come over, they're like, yeah, I'll pay it off. Like, I'll make payments on it with my babysitting money, and then I'll try to get it fixed. Right. I remember popping the hood and looking down there. I'm like, all right, that's an engine. I had no idea what I was doing.
Yeah, like, where do I begin?
Like, unplugging stuff and plugging it back in, moving stuff around, trying to start it. I'm like, oh, it's not starting. Let's go move this. No idea what's going on.
It's not like today, too, with all the YouTube videos and tutorials about every single vehicle you need to know about.
Oh, yeah. I had no idea.
Was it a stick?
Nah, it was an automatic. It's a little Ricer car. I had it in the Marine Corps. I don't know if you've seen it.
Oh, yeah. That's the same. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's the same car, man. I've had it forever.
Oh, shit. Yeah.
That's $500.
$500. Like,
That's
got it all
cool.
fixed up and just high school riced it out.
That's right.
It was a good time. But yeah, so like do that whole thing. We get into high school. I like to play sports because it kept me away from home. Right? I didn't have to go home if I had to play sports. So then it gave me extra time.
Stay at school a little bit longer.
Mm-hmm. Right. So I played.
But hey,
Go ahead.
I wanted to just cut in real quick. We our last episode we had Walker on, and he was talking about how he grew up about a block away from you. So where you're at right now, talking about high school, is this that location that he was talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so did you what was it like in the town? Like, did everyone know that there was a Mormon community that close by, or did you guys like ever go mess with those kids, or even beat them up? You see Walker run into the gas station, throw something at him.
Hasn't grown into his head yet. Hobbling around. No, so
exactly.
Like, the polygamous stuff to me, I didn't know about it until I got older. Like, I was like, that's weird. Like, I don't get it.
Okay, so it wasn't like a talk of the town thing.
No. The Mormon religion, right? So as Walker kind of explains it in his, like, the polygamous stuff is a branch off of Mormonism, but it's more on like the darker side of things, right? They're like, oh,
right, the more under wrap shit.
Right, they're like
the dark side.
Like at that point in time, they're like, you can only have one wife now. And a group of people are like, that's stupid. We're going to go over here. And that's how the polygamous cults become. And then everyone's out. It's like, okay, that's what God wants. I guess I'll do that.
Right.
In layman's terms, the simplest way I can put it. So,
yeah.
Which also makes me think too, about the religious stuff. Sorry to get a little bit sidetracked or jump back into my timeline. But so we were raised LDS, but it wasn't for the traditional reasons that normal people are LDS, right? Normally,
and that's Jehovah's Witness, right? Isn't Latter-day Saints?
They're different from Jehovah's Witness because they celebrate Christmas and stuff.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I just don't know.
No, you're good. It's pretty much.
You gotta hire a guy to look stuff up,
like Christianity. That's like It's like Christian, but then the only turn off is like Joseph Smith, who writes the Book of Mormon, right? Okay. So everything else is Christian up until that point, and it's pretty much the same thing, right? Like the whole
I see. Yeah, that makes sense.
Like the structure of it, right, is different than Christianity or Catholics, where like a priest correct me if I'm wrong, but a priest in like the Catholic or Christian religions is like a very high held power. They're in charge.
Yeah, they're like the popes, like into the Catholic religion is like the word of God. Mm-hmm. So like whatever the Pope says is basically he's getting it straight from God. And then like the priest and all those people, it's very high positions as far as I know about it.
Yeah, so like it might have changed since I've gotten out, but like for me, a priest was when you hit 16, you got the priesthood, and then you're a priest. And there was like 4 to 5 or maybe even 6 priests in one ward at a church, at a small church.
Oh wow!
So like the structure is different, right? Like the deacons.
I see.
The deacons, you had to be 12. Like 12, you're a deacon. You got a bunch of hands on your head. Like boom, you're a deacon now. Didn't you feel all that power coming through our hands? Like nah, I just felt the weight of fucking 10 old dudes pressing down on my skull until you were done talking. But
yeah, that's really interesting that a lot of it's pushed at the younger years. Because like you're saying, yeah, I grew up in the Catholic Church, and it was the priest, was a respected position. He studied for, years and years to get there. And, when I turned 16, the church didn't do anything for me, I don't think. They
yeah, it was like as soon as you turn 12, you're a deacon and you can pass
They
out.
asked you for a donation.
So,
yeah, I didn't get any. I wasn't granted any titles.
but
They just asked me for some money.
So, and like, we'll go into that stuff about a second. But the main reason we joined the church was because they would pay for our rent.
Oh,
Right.
shit.
So they're like, I remember the missionaries coming by, we talked to the missionaries, right? I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. And then later, now that I know, I'm like, oh, like I got baptized. My sisters got baptized to be members of the church. So they would pay for our rent or our food. That was the main reason.
It was like some kind of support the church had.
Yeah, and they do a good job, right? I'm not bashing on them because they do help a lot of people, and they helped us when they did. We just my parents put us into that and into that religion, pushed us into that for the wrong reasons. It was to pay for rent. They're like, oh, if we become members of the church, then we can apply for help from the church, and then they'll pay for our rent.
Yeah, they were using that system.
Yep. Yeah, 100%. So, and then obviously it maintained when I moved over to my grandma's house, and it always pissed me off as a kid because it was like on Sundays would roll around and my grandma's like, you have to go to church. And I'm like, you don't go to church. She's like, why do I have to go to church if you don't go to church? She's like, because I said so. And I get all fucking dressed up and I go to church. And it used to like piss me off because I'm like, this is stupid. Like,
Yeah,
church,
you're not going.
To go. But then the church was another outlet too, man. It was like they have this thing, and so in the LDS or Mormon stuff, they have young men's and young women's, and it's like every Thursday afternoon at like 5:00, right? So you meet up with all the young men's who are like deacons, priests, and all these dudes who are between the ages of like 11 to 16. And they do some event, right? We ended up like playing basketball or some shit, right? Playing basketball at church. Same with young women's, right? They'd meet up and do like scripture study and all this other weird stuff. And then they had back when they had the Boy Scouts, the Mormon church was really big into the Boy Scouts, which I was grateful for. Because we'd go to Boy Scouts. This is the only time I ever went camping was with the Boy Scouts and like learned something, like a valuable skill.
It's probably a pretty positive environment.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good. It was
for a young man.
Yeah, it was always awkward though, because it was like I was the only one whose dad never showed up.
Right.
So
yeah, you're like, yeah.
like cool, man. Oh, hitch a ride with you guys.
Yeah.
So no, it was good. There were some good people there. Learned some things, and then I started to have questions about stuff, right? So like some of the stuff that we did, looking back on it now, I was like, there's no fucking way I would let my kids do that. Like Mormons are big for baptisms for the dead, which is super awkward and weird.
What is that?
So when you get this priesthood bestowed upon you, the age of like 12, from 12 to like 16, you get this thing, right? Then you have to get a temple recommend. So you have to have a sit down meeting with your bishop, and he asks you all these weird questions like, oh, are you worthy to go into the temple? Blah, 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 blah. You say, yeah, because you don't know what unworthy means at the time.
Where's the temple?
So there's tons of them in Salt Lake. And Utah, there's temples all over the place, right? So the temple is like a church on steroids. That's like the holy of holy places. Only people with temple recommends can go into the church or into the temple. And then even then, like they'll have construction, right? So the construction workers will build these temples up. And before anybody else can go in them, they bless the temple. And then now at that point, only people with temple recommends can go inside.
What the heck?
And then they kill the workers, or no?
Yeah, they cut off their left nut. No, I have no idea.
Small price to pay for entry.
Yeah. So,
Nobody can know how it's constructed.
That's right.
but
Do a little check before you go in to make sure that it happened.
all right, you only got a left one.
Yeah, you're in.
Get in.
Yeah, let them in.
But yeah, we'd have to like get this temple recommend. We go do baptism for the dead, which didn't make sense to me at the time, and it still doesn't, right? And it's like they give you a list of names. They're like, you're going to get baptized for these people, right? So, and what I believe, I might be wrong. So, I might be wrong, but what I believe it was there was a bunch of people who died a long time ago until now that weren't baptized in the Mormon religion because the church keeps records of everything. And they're like, well, if we baptize this person in that person's name, then now they have an option when they get to heaven. They're like, oh, we can accept this new religion and get to heaven or not.
What the heck?
I think that's how it works. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, they give you like a list of 10 names. You get up there and it was like a big line. You sit in a waiting area. You're in a big white gown. Like you can only wear white. So it was like white underwear, white socks, white gown. And then you like get to the big tub, right? So there's like 12, I think it's 12, like 12 bowls that hold up this tub, like animal bowls. And then there's like a dude in there who's all dressed in white. And then like they put the names on a prompter so he can read them. And dude, it was like the closest to waterboarding I've ever been.
Oh, because what does he got to hold you under and read all 10?
No. So he'll read one.
Oh,
read one.
like, shit.
They read them real fast. It takes them like 10 seconds, right? They read them real fast, dunk you in, pull you out, start reading the next one. So by the time you catch your breath, they're freaking sticking you back in the water and pulling you out. They do it like 10 times, like just dunking you into the water. They're like, all right, you're done, get out. I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah.
So then you go out, then you get the Holy Ghost. They bestow the Holy Ghost, right? And I remember one time I was in there and the dude, he would read something, right? He's like, blah, 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 bestow the Holy Ghost on this person named so-and-so who is now dead. And then when he'd say dead, he changed his voice real drastically. And for the life of me as a 13-year-old, I couldn't not laugh. I was trying so hard.
Oh, that's the worst situation.
Not to laugh.
Oh, yeah.
As he's trying to do this because he's got to do it 10 times. And every time it was like, oh, we're still on this person who's now dead. And they keep going like it was normal. I was like, oh, God. Like 12, 13.
Did you bust out laughing at all?
13-year-old Jamie's just sitting there because they put their hands on your head.
I could totally imagine.
Oh, dude, it was terrible.
Oh, I'd be fighting.
I never had anything that
Shoulders shaking.
Like trying so hard not to laugh. Then they just kind of stare at you. You're like,
Yeah.
I'm going to get in trouble.
Give you the evil eye.
Yeah. And then, like, the other thing that was super weird is, like, they would send us to collect fast offerings, which was, like, tithing money. Right? So one Sunday a month, they'd send me, who was a 12-year-old kid, 13-year-old kid, with another 12 or 13-year-old kid, and we have this leather envelope, and we'd go knock on houses and be like, hey, we're here for tithing. I'm like... And then they'd either hand us a couple of bucks and we'd put it in the envelope, or they would tell us to fuck off and slam the door.
And you're just going door to door.
Yeah, they had a list. Like,
oh my God.
Like with certain houses, you're like, we need to go to these houses. And like, dude, it was
members of the church?
Yeah.
Or just random
like,
people?
Sometimes they were members. Maybe they were non-members. Like they used to be. Now they're not. And they're trying to collect money from them. And I'm like, dude, I feel like a freaking Russian hitman.
Yeah,
trying to knock
showing up there with the envelope.
And I'm like, we're here for fast offerings. And they're like, I told you motherfuckers to stay away from me. And like slam the door shut. And like, all right.
On to the next
That's
one.
That's a no. On to the next.
Yeah.
Yeah, like insane stuff. So at that point, I was like, you know what? Like, stuff to me is not making sense. I ended up taking, so in Utah, they have a seminary in junior high and high school. Or once you hit your freshman year of high school, so 9th grade, you can take seminary, which was like an elective class, which was funny because the religion and school were separate. So the seminary building was off school property. So you had to, when your classes, you'd walk around like, oh, I have seminary. You would walk off the school property to go to the seminary building, take your class, and then walk back into the school to go to your other classes.
Huh. Yeah, that's different, man.
Like, sounds like
typically you're not allowed. Yeah, you're not allowed off the school grounds.
It sounds like prime time for doing a lot of shit you're not supposed to do.
Yeah, and like I said, like
100%.
For some reason, I was just a good kid. Like skipping school never entered my mind. I was like, all right, this is where I'm supposed to be. I'm gonna go do that. So I'd go do that.
That's good. Do you think your grandpa had a lot of influence on that, being a kind of a man of discipline, making you build character at a young age, and then he just kept you on the right track? Or where do you think that came from?
I think he had a lot to do with it. But like for some reason, telling an adult no was foreign to me. I was like, I can't tell him no. Like, they told me I have to do this, I have to go do this. Like, I never told anybody no because I didn't know it was an option until I got older.
Right.
But like my buddies, one of my good buddies from back then, his dad was the scout leader. And I remember, like, I'd go kick it with him all the time. Like, we'd go to his house. We'd be like, hey, dude, I got like $10. Let's go down to the Dollar Tree and get like a 3 liter of soda, you know, and hang out and get some snacks and stuff. So we'd hang out all the time. But I remember one day we're in there playing video games, and he walks in. And he's like, hey, you need to turn that off and go do this. And my buddy, like, told his dad, he's like, no, I'm not going to do that. And I was shocked. I was like, what the fuck? I was like,
yeah, like, what is this?
You could tell him no. I was like, that was an option this whole time? Like, I had no idea. So I remember like freezing. I was like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I was like, all this stuff's going to get pawned.
Oh, shit.
So
That's wild, man. I can't believe that you had to grow up with all that going on, and
I know.
I'm sorry to hear about all that, dude. And
no, man.
I'm just curious now, like, how does all that happen? Like, you know, you could share as many stories as you want from that time period, but I'm just wondering, like, how did you get exposed to the Marine Corps? Like, what made you interested in the military?
So that was
how did all that come about?
That was the funny part, right? So when I moved back in with my grandparents, like, cartoons would only come on in the morning time and towards the evening, and then between that time, I would end up watching the History Channel. Like, for some reason, I was fascinated. with the Marine Corps, right? Because everything that I saw on the History Channel was like, they're the first in, first to fight, last to leave. Like, they're hardcore. Like, they're the best branch in the military. I believe that to this day because I'm biased. And all this other stuff, right? I remember like watching the History Channel and documentaries of like the Battle of Iwo Jima and the Pacific Island Hockey campaign and all this other stuff. And like, then it's like the invasion of Iraq. And I was like, dude, these guys are cool. Like, that's what I want to do. It's like, I want to be a warrior, and there's nobody else better than these guys. And I want to be a part of that. Didn't know what it meant at the time, right? I was just fascinated about it from an early age, right? I remember like had a binder for school, and I'd slip a white paper in there, and it was full of like dates from the Marine Corps, like, you know, like 1942, Battle of Iwo Jima, most deadliest battle in Marine Corps history, like random shit like that all over my binders. Like, I was obsessed with it.
Yeah.
That's wild. That's like the opposite of what Walker told us. He was he still needs to go study his knowledge. He was not ready.
Yeah. So completely obsessed with it. Like, I played ball in school, was not good enough to go anywhere with it. You know, I was like some scrawny kid. I was 5'5" and weighed like 115 pounds. I was just tiny.
No, you were playing basketball?
Football. So I played football.
Yeah.
I played football, soccer, like anything that I could do to get me away from home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, football and soccer. Football was a big one for me. I did wrestling for a year. Wasn't really good at it. And it was like one of the things the coach was like, hey, like, do an off-season sport, get into wrestling if you want to keep playing ball. I was like, okay, I'll try it. I'm not good at it.
Yeah.
And that's when I learned, like, there's different levels of fitness. I didn't realize that. Like, there's, you know, like standard fit, like look good fit. And then there's like wrestling fit. There's combat fit.
Yeah, like the endurance fit.
Yeah, dude, I got my ass handed to me the first year I did wrestling. I was like, holy shit. It's like I had no idea it was going to be this hard. And it was always weird because I was uncomfortable in a singlet. You know, I'm a tiny dude wearing a singlet.
Yeah.
One time
you think that they would change the uniforms for that at some point. I mean, is there any benefit to wearing that thing? Like, is there a reason they went with that?
No, it was the worst part, dude. I remember you're like in 7th grade. Everyone sees your little wiener, and you're going out there to try to beat some guy's ass.
I would have tried wrestling until I saw everybody that walked around in that, and I was like, I can't.
Yeah, it was
I don't want to put it on.
And like, I went to Kearns High School, which is a poor school, and it's a ghetto school. Like, we had a shooting there. One kid shot another kid, kind of deal. And it was like so bad at the point where, like, if we had a home game and one of the wealthier schools was coming to play us, the coaches would tell their parents to stay home. They were like,
Man.
Don't go to this school. Like, we'll make sure your kids are safe. Like, it was like they were all going to get blown up or something. But yeah, like, back to that. Like, I wrestled, poor school, like, it's some hand-me-down singlet, letters are falling off. And I had to wrestle a girl one time.
Oh,
it was terrible.
Oh shit!
It's like lose. I remember, and I earned this one, right? Because I remember sitting there, and she was this chick that was about to wrestle was a weight class above mine because I was only like 115. And this other dude had to wrestle her, and I'm like, dude, I was like, I am so glad I'm not in your weight class because I do not want to wrestle her. The coach heard it, and it was like, you're up. I was like,
oh shit!
Fuck. And then it was awkward, right? So we get there, we're doing the wrestling thing. I'm like, it's a lose-lose. Like, I beat a girl, I'm an asshole. I lose to a girl, I'm a pussy.
No, I think you have to destroy her.
Yeah, you got to get the dub.
Right. So, that was like my one win out of my whole wrestling career. But,
that's the only one you needed, brother.
The only one I won.
Should have printed the picture of the referee holding up your hand.
But it was funny because I remember like trying to do a takedown, but I didn't want to be too rough. So I like do a nice double leg, and then I like set her down real soft. And then like she's super flexible, so she bridges like crazy, right? Like so the back of her head and her heels are on the ground, and everything else is up. I'm like, please, for the love of God, just let me pin you so we can be done. I'm trying to circle around. My little freaking 13-year-old wing wangs on her forehead. And I'm like, please stop. And then we make it to the second round. I'm like, oh, God. Right? And then it's like, she gets the pick. Do you want top or bottom? Right? She's like, I want bottom. I'm like, oh, you kidding me?
This is your first time making it to, your first and only time making it to the second round with a woman.
Yeah. The first time I got to be on top. Voluntarily. But yeah, like, so we're there and I'm like, this is super awkward, right? She's in a singlet, I'm in a singlet. Obviously, like, I can't think about it because I have a little pitch tent down there.
Yeah, you imagine mid-match.
Like, this is terrible. So I'm like, okay, here we go. Like, get in my respective position. I'm like, I need to do this fast. I ended up pinning her in the second round and I'm like, I felt so gross. It's like, this is terrible.
Yeah.
Hit the shower.
First big exposure to humility was then. I was like, I feel so humiliated, but it helped me in the future.
Yeah, humility is something that is huge. That it is a good thing to have experience that, because if you don't experience it till later in life, you could get yourself into a situation that could really fuck you up.
Yeah. Is it possible to take a quick break?
Yeah, man.
Bring a piss bottle. I gotta go.
Yeah. No, we can take a quick piss break. We'll circle back.
Right.
I'm gonna grab about 4 more
Piss
beers.
break and grab some more beer. Yep. All right.
I just wish I made it to the bathroom.
I've had a few of those. There's 3. Now there's 4. There's 4 rules I live by. Always take an opportunity to take a piss. Never trust a fart. The Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. And if you don't chew Big Red, then fuck you.
That's words to live by. I'll get that ingrained on the back of my truck.
And get it tattooed on my ass.
There you go.
But all right. So where was I? So during this time, I still had a really good relationship with my dad. Right, he was still somebody I looked up to. He was still somebody I wanted to be around and emulate. So I remember, like, I had my little beater car, and I would drive over to his place. You know, I got my own insurance, which was like $300 a month. So everything I made went to fucking insurance. Car was already paid off, and then I had to register it once a year. So I would drive down to his place and visit him on the weekends and stuff like that. I remember that's when I got my first tattoo. I was like 15. And I was like, dude, I want to get a tattoo. Because he had tattoos all over. I was like, dude, I want to get a fucking tattoo. So he's like, okay. So I'm like, all right, let's do it. Right. So I go on Google, type up something like fucking like skeleton cowboy holding 2 revolvers, something real stupid. And I find this Google picture, and I'm like, this is what I want. He's like, all right. So I buy like some tattoo ink off of eBay. He makes like a jail gun, like a jail tattoo gun from like an old Walkman. And then he had like an E string from a guitar that I had to sharpen with sandpaper. And like rigged up this tattoo gun, and it took a week for like 4 hours a day. Like, had a t-shirt in my mouth, just biting down on it as he's fucking tattooing my chest.
Oh my gosh!
Wow.
And now it looks like I've had it for like 40 years. Hilarious. But yeah, I remember that. And then it's like he'd just get a bottle of like rubbing alcohol and like pour it over top and then wipe it. And I'm like, oh, like trying to bite down on a t-shirt. But
yeah, that's a crazy first tat.
It was a rough one, yeah. And it was funny because like I got the tat, and when it was finished, I started my wrestling season. So I had a singlet on, and you could see my tattoo. Me being a kid at the time, I was like, yeah, this is cool as shit. It's like, I'm cool now.
You're like, bad motherfucker coming through.
Like, this is sick. I remember one kid, like right after I got it, he's like, is that pen? Because it looked like somebody drew it with a ballpoint pen. And he tried to wipe it off. And I'm like, hey, dude, like that fucking hurts. Like, don't do that. So.
Yeah, that's wild, man. Being in what, 15, 16 years old with a tattoo.
Yeah, I wanted one really bad.
And the coach or the teachers that they didn't have anything to say about it?
No.
Or they liked it?
They didn't say shit.
One of them comes up, that thing's badass.
Yeah, who's your tattoo guy?
Who's your tattoo guy? That would be funny. So, yeah, I got really obsessed with playing football. Obviously, I wasn't good at it, or else, I wouldn't be here in my garage doing this podcast. I'd be in a $1 million house with a separate room for it.
That's right.
But
most importantly, you'd still be doing this podcast.
Oh, yeah. Like, it wouldn't have, it might have changed some things, but probably not. I'd still be doing it. Yeah, so I got super involved with that, and it was like my dad wasn't around a whole lot, so I looked to the head coach. Like, he helped me out a ton, right? I love that guy to death. His name's Matt Rickards. He was my father figure at the time, so I really looked up to him. And it was like to the point where, like, I didn't have enough to pay for the fees to play football, and it was cheap, right? It was like $400 to play football for the season. And I didn't have that kind of money. Like, we were poor. I didn't have that kind of money. So I would go do yard work for, like, his mom. Like, I'd be busting my ass all day, like, pulling weeds out, tilling soil, throwing away stuff to save up enough money to play ball. So which also, kind of helped me teach the value of $1, because I didn't understand that 100% at the time until then.
Yeah, that's awesome that he gave you that opportunity too to do that.
Super grateful for it. Like, I was like 14, like busting my ass trying to pay for football so I could play. I played my freshman year up until my senior year. There was during my senior year, during the off season, the summer, or like I think it was like 2 games into the season, one of my buddies, so like Kearns High School is a predominantly Polynesian and Hispanic school, like 50% makes up for the Polynesian and Hispanic. So it was funny because like me being a white kid was actually the minority at the school. So yeah, I remember like I wasn't a popular kid. You know, I hung out with 3 dudes. I just kind of hung out. I never got in any fights because, you know, I didn't have any crazy beef with anybody.
Right.
But I just wasn't liked a whole lot. I remember one kid, he ended up going to BYU, got a full ride. Good. He was a good ball player. Kind of a cunt, but good ball player. But he sidelined me during a practice, like super bad. Broke my face mask. I got a really bad concussion from it. I had to wear earplugs for like a week.
Oh man!
And like I couldn't play ball anymore. I was like, and it was at that point in time I was like, dude, I want to join the Marine Corps and this is what I want to do, and I don't want to fuck that up. So I can't play ball anymore. But yeah, after that I was like, dude, super bad concussion. And then I was 16 when I met my first ex-wife. I won't name her in this. It's a lot of stuff about to happen. So I meet her for the first time, right? I'm, you know, little 16-year-old Jamie. Like I never really talked to girls a whole lot because I was always afraid of them. Wasn't good at it. So I ended up chatting with her a little bit. And we started getting together. And I remember like it was like our second date. She's like, hey, I got to tell you something. She's like, I'm 3 months pregnant. And I'm like, okay. And at that point in time, I was like, okay. Like I wanted to have a family so bad and do it the right way and do what I thought was right, that I thought I was ready for it. I was like, okay, let's do it, right? And I genuinely felt love for this person, right? I genuinely loved her with everything that I had. So I'm like, okay, like, let's do it. Like, a kid's not going to scare me away. So at that point, I had to change my priorities in life. So I was like, okay, well, I got to get a job. I got to start paying for this. I still got to go to school, right? Because I'm a junior in high school. So I'm like, okay.
And that's where you met her, was at that high school?
No. So we went to junior high together, and she ended up dropping out. And then we reconnected, I think, over Facebook when like Facebook was a brand new thing.
Oh, I got you. Yeah.
We ended up reconnecting over that. So we hit up, we go on a date. Second date, she's like, yeah, I'm pregnant, 3 months pregnant. I'm like, okay, cool. Like, let's do it. You know, I'm not scared of having a kid. You know, I what I think parenting is at the time, I was like, I can do it better, which is not the case because it was terrible in the beginning. So, yeah. So at that point, like I'm working almost full time at a scone cutter, which is like a fast food chain in Utah. They don't have them anymore. They kind of died out, but it was a fast food chain, and it was insane. Like the amount of trust that these people instilled upon me was fucking crazy.
Really?
Like it'd be me, my other high school buddy, and it was just me and him in the store running a graveyard shift on like on a Tuesday. Like you trust 2 fucking 16-year-old kids with this entire store.
Yeah.
Like, you guys are insane. And it was crazy. Like we did a bunch of dumb stuff, right? Like he'd steal a bunch of alcohol from his dad's cabinet, bringing it in Gatorade bottles. And we got a cup that we could put on the fountain for the fountain drinks. And we were just like whiskey and Cokes all night, just getting smashed.
Sounds like a good midnight shift.
It was funny, right? Like we were just getting smashed, dropping fries into the greaser, trying to make sandwiches, and just wrecked. And it was funny because like one of the bosses kind of knew about it a little bit. And it was like, she's like, hey, like I hate to be this person, but can you clean out the deep fryer? Like I know it's a pain in the ass. And one day I was kind of joking around. I was like, I'll do it for a case of beer. And she's like, okay. And shit, I walk in my next shift, there's a case of beer in the freezer. And I'm like, holy shit. this is crazy.
Like, that worked.
I was like, hell yeah. So every time I clean the deep fryers out, I got a case of beer. And I'd just be like, I got to go check the fridge. And I'd just go slam a couple of beers and I'd come back out and I'd start working, making $7.25 an hour.
Oh, yeah. I think that's what I was making at my first job, too.
Yeah, making $7.25 an hour, busting my ass, working. I mean, it wasn't 40 hours a week, but it was probably around like 30. But I still had to go to school. So there's a few times where I was like, I'd work a graveyard shift. I would come home, shower, change, pick up my little sister, and drive to school. And then I'd go to school all day. And then I'd go to football practice. And then I'd go home. And then I'd come back to work. And then I'd go to home and go to school. So, like,
running on fumes
all the time. Like, just trying to figure that out, trying to figure out what it was like to be an adult, because I didn't know it yet, but I had to figure it out. Like, nobody was going to be there. Like, my mom wasn't going to be there.
Yeah.
Like, I remember one time, my daughter was born, and I'm trying to spend, as much time as I can with her, because she's my daughter, or I view her that at this time and to this day. And my mom got mad. She's like, "You're spending too much time with her." I was like, "What the fuck do you mean? Like, that's my kid." I was like, "I need to go take care of them. It's my job."
Right.
So that was the first time I've ever like kind of stood up for myself at that point in time. Was that conversation?
Yeah.
But yeah, I remember. And then so she was born August 9th of 2014. I was 17 at the time. And I remember I had my crappy little Dodge Neon. And she had 3 false labors, right? So she's like, "I'm going into labor." We'd haul ass to the hospital. Like, nah, it's not happening yet. It's like Braxton Hicks or whatever they call it.
Yeah, my wife just had one fucking 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, it's freaking.
I was sprinting to the hospital and stayed there for 3 hours, 4 hours. I'm like, go home.
Yeah, dude. So I remember the day that it finally happened, right? Because this happened 3 times, right? Like, haul us to the hospital, like, "Hey, go home." Haul us to the hospital, go home. And finally, they're like, "All right, this is it." All right, so she, we didn't know it at the time. She's like, "All right, hey, it's hurting again. We need to go to the hospital, blah, blah, blah." I was like, "Okay, cool. Let's get everything situated." We had this cat at the time that I named Bert. It was a cat named Bert.
That's a good cat name.
He's my favorite. So 17-year-old Jamie, we're like, "All right, let's go." She's like, "Well, who's going to take care of Bert?" I'm like, "What the fuck, the cat? You're about to have a child." She's like, "No, we need to get cat food." So we run to the fucking store. We get a bunch of cat food. I end up taking the cat, driving to my sister's house, dropping the cat off. And then as I go to the hospital, I hit fucking wall-to-wall traffic. Bumper to bumper traffic for an hour. And I'm like, holy shit. She's screaming in the passenger seat the whole time. And I'm deathly scared. We finally,
needed that cat food, huh?
Yeah, really wanted that. Look where we are.
Man, that's a terrifying thing. 17 years old.
Yeah, you're probably panicking.
Yeah, dude, I was scared. So we drive up into the emergency lane. I'm like, "She's having a baby." And people come out, put her in a wheelchair. I was like, "I'll go park the car." And I go park the car, and I come in. And we were there for 8 hours, waiting for this to happen. They're like, "Oh, we found some fluid. It's time. It's happening." She's dilated to a 3. So then it finally happens, right? And I remember it was funny because when they pull the baby out and kind of put him on the chest, and then the umbilical cord's there, right? And then they're like, I remember the surgeon or the doc looks at me and he's like, "Do you want to cut the cord?" And I was like, "What the fuck's wrong with you? I'm not a doctor. I'm 17.
Right.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt." Right? I had no idea how that worked at the time. So he's like, "Okay," and he just cuts it. And I'm like, fucking insane.
Yeah.
So yeah, she's born. Then I remember I went back to school. She didn't go to school anymore. She dropped out. But I went to school every day. I worked a job. I ended up graduating early to join the Marine Corps. So when we talk about that, my recruiter had the easiest job. Right, I remember one day they came to our high school. They're all dressed in their dress blues, and I'm like, "Dude, those guys look sick." And I walk up to him, and this was before my daughter was born. And I'm like, I want to be in the Marine Corps. He's like, okay, how old are you? I was like, I'm 16. He's like, talk to us next year.
Yeah.
And it's the day that I turned 17, I went down to the recruiting station. I was like, I want to be in the Marine Corps. Like, I'm 17 now. You told me to wait a year. Here I am. Let's do the thing, right? So at this point, I've taken the ASVAB, and it was old school. I heard a lot of people take ASVABs like on a computer. Like, we didn't do that, which was funky. Like, they handed us a paper test and a number 2 pencil and some scratch paper. They're like, all right, take the test, right? And I'm like, all right, cool. Like, I'm not super smart, but I wasn't real fucking stupid either. So I took the test. I had I don't remember what my overall score was, but I know my GT score was like a 115, which is a reasonably high score. So when I talked to this recruiter, I was like, I want to be in the Marine Corps and I want to kick doors in and shoot bad guys. He's like, okay. He's like, well, you got a pretty high GT score. Look through this book of jobs and see what you want to do. And I remember I was kind of being a punk, and I flipped through it real fast and handed it back. And I was like, I want to be in the infantry. And he's like, okay. And I was like, well, at first I was like, I want to be in recon. I was like, I want to do recon. But at the time they didn't have open recon contracts. So super glad I didn't do that because I cannot swim for shit.
That would have been hazing you in the water.
Oh, dude.
Trying to
That
survive.
would have been hell. So my first contract that I signed was LAR, so light armor reconnaissance, because it had recon in it. I was like, fuck yeah, that's cool. I remember watching we had YouTube at the time, and I'm watching YouTube. And I'm like, oh, dude, this is sick. I'm like, fuck yeah, this is what I want to do. So I go to MEPS, I do the whole MEPS thing, sign a recon or LAR contract, and then I go back. Right, and then 2 of my buddies that I convinced to join from high school were also joining the Marine Corps. I convinced them to join the Marine Corps, so I got that waiver or that promotion. Take 2.
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, dude. And they're like, nah, we're just gonna go infantry and go active duty because Utah has a LER. What do they call that?
Like reserve unit.
So they have an LER reserve unit. So I'm like, oh, this is great. I get to stay home with my kid. I can go do cool guy shit, recon stuff, and cars. So I come back and I talk to them about that. They're like, nah, we're just gonna do this. We're gonna go active duty, go infantry. I'm like, oh, well, shit, dude. I was like, well, I don't want to go without my friends. Funny story, John Sandberg was one of my buddies from high school that I got to join the Marine Corps with me.
No shit.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty cool,
yeah, so
man.
we went to the same high school together. I convinced him to join the Marine Corps with me and another dude. So then I go to my recruiter. I'm like, hey, dude, I want to change my MOS. I want to go active duty infantry. So he makes it seem like it's this big deal. He's like, oh, there's going to be so much paperwork, all this stuff. My first recruiter was like a mortarman in Fallujah, real salty dude.
Yeah.
So he's like, all right, fuck it. Signs me up. I go back to MEPS again to re-swear in. And then at that point, we're like, okay, we're doing the thing now, right? And I'm trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
I'm like, what does that mean? 300 infantry. What does that mean? Well, it means that you're in the infantry, but you'll choose your infantry job when you get to the School of Infantry. And I'm like, well, I didn't know what it meant at the time. I was like, what the fuck does that mean? I don't fucking
Yeah.
So I remember right after that happened, I signed my contract. I call my first ex-wife who just had our kid. And I'm like, hey, by the way, I'm joining the Marine Corps. So I'm going to be shipping out in a few months. She's like, what the fuck? I'm like, well, that's what I want to do. She's like, okay, whatever. Cool. All right, so I'm in it. I ended up graduating early, so I stacked my English credits. I already had my science credits done, so I stacked a bunch of classes together, which was kind of funny because I'd go to an advanced English class, and then the next class was normal people English class, so I could stack those credits together.
Oh,
so
man.
it was the assignments I would do for my first English class, 3 weeks later, I'd have the same assignment for my normal people English class, and I just reuse those assignments and turn them in.
Oh, that's nice.
So it was good. But yeah, so I graduated early. I graduated in January of 2015. And then my recruiter was so scared that I wasn't going to graduate on time that he withheld our ship date to March. So I'm like, okay.
That's still not too bad, though.
It wasn't too bad, right? But I was ready to
You
go.
just had to wait a few months.
I was like, I want to get out of
Yeah,
here.
you were probably ready to get the hell out.
I took Utah for granted, right? I was like, I want to get out of this place. This place sucks. I don't want to do this, right? So pushed super hard, but then it was like, okay, well, now I have 3 months. I need to find another job, right? So I ended up working at a place that would sterilize medical equipment with gamma radiation.
Oh,
I
man.
was 17.
Gamma radiation will fuck you up.
I got paid
too.
$10 an hour.
That's the shit the Hulk got zapped by.
Oh, it didn't fucking help me at all. But I got paid $10 an hour, and all I would do is I'd take these boxes of medical equipment off of a pallet, put them in a thing. They'd go get nuked by the radiation, come back out, and then I'd take them off and put them back on a pallet.
Man, that sounds like a tedious ass job.
And that was a full-time job. Like, it was 40 hours a week. I think I worked 3 10s or 3 12s and a half day or something like that. And it was nonstop, like just loading boxes on this thing and then like shipping them down. And like the boxes were still warm. Like they'd come back on the conveyor belt like warm, and I'd put them back on a pallet. Like I had no idea about any of that. And I remember
should have been wearing a hazmat suit.
Yeah, one day they're like, "Hey, do you want to see the reactor? Like, we'll dunk it in the water." I'm like, "Fuck yeah, let's do it." So they dunk it in this like 20-foot pool of water, and then we walk in and we had like one of those old school Chernobyl radiation detectors.
Oh yeah, the Geiger counter.
So you had one of those, and it's like clicking. And you're like, "Oh, this is fucking cool!" Like staring at this fucking giant nuclear thing.
Yeah.
It was like turquoise blue. Like,
I've seen a video of that, dude. That shit looks crazy when it does that. It's like it did do like it was like that real loud hum, and then it fucking like boom, turns on and the fucking water ripples and shit.
Yeah, it's insane. But it was bright turquoise blue, like a real bright blue. And we were just walking around like 17-year-old Jamie, you know, just like, oh, dude, that looks sick.
Fucking
That's cool.
eyebrows burning off.
Skin cancer in the next 10 years. It's going to be sick. But so, yeah, I worked there for a while, and then I finally got my ship date. So I go back to MEPS. I swear in for the last time. And that was the one and only time I ever saw my grandfather cry, was when I shipped out.
Yeah.
So I go to the Marine Corps, and before then I read this book. It was called The Journal of Patrick Seamus Faltree. He was a Marine in Vietnam, and he wrote a journal. And I was obsessed with this book, right? I read this book. This is the only book I've read multiple times. I was like obsessed with it, and that helped with the whole Marine Corps thing as well. And I remember at the beginning of the book, he writes about how his dad gave him a journal, and he was like, "Hey, write everything in this journal." So I wrote a journal while I was in boot camp, which is funny because I still have it. And some of the stuff, some of the stuff in there is insane. Like every day for the last 10 minutes, I would write in this journal, right, of what happened that day. And it's funny looking back on it.
Just a quick recap.
Yeah.
Before you had to get to bed.
So I'd write this journal.
That's great. That's awesome.
So like the first time I was ever on an airplane was going to San Diego for MCRD, or Marine Corps Recruit Depot. So like I remember sitting in the airport terminal, writing in this journal. I'm like, oh, this was so nervous. Never been on a plane before. It's going to be crazy, whatever. And I had no idea what to expect. Like I was in the pulley program for a long time, and I was a real fucking nerd, right? Like if I could find myself, like if I could go back in time and talk to myself at 17, I'd punch myself in the face. Like, you are a pussy. Like, stop being a cunt. I'm going to punch you in the mouth. Because we do dumb shit, right? Like we had pulley functions every Thursday. So we'd wear, like me, John, and my other buddy, we would wear our pulley shirts to school. Like a bunch of fucking nerds, man. Like, oh yeah, we're hardcore. We're going into the Marines, you know? Like bunch of nerds.
Everybody did that shit
yeah.
though, man. You're all pumped up,
super amped up, like, oh, this is gonna be sick, dude. Fucking so bad.
the classic pain is pain is weakness leaving the body
Yep.
shirt.
That's the one. Really, what they should have wrote on there was hydrate or die.
Yeah, exactly.
But
Yeah, I remember we did that kind of thing. It was every Wednesday you go do a workout at the recruiting office, and it sucked. It was always pretty hard. And I remember there's a lot of kids that wore those shirts to school. They never ended up joining though.
Yeah, there's some people that did that too. Yeah,
You know,
so
some
I had
people.
a buddy I grew up with that he did that shit.
one of the funniest parts too was like, so me, John, and this other kid were on the buddy program. And they were so scared that we weren't going to commit. I had to sit down with the sergeant major of the recruiting center and tell him why I wanted to be in the Marines. And we all had to do it. We all had to do this interview because they were so scared that we wouldn't follow through with the buddy program. So I remember, like, we're flying out together. We're all sitting at the airport. We get into MCRD, or we fly into San Diego, and our flight's running a little bit late. So we're like, oh, fuck, like, we got to go. So we're, like, running through the airport trying to get to where we're supposed to be. We see all these dudes, like, standing at attention by this white bus. We're like, I think that's it. And we get there and we just start getting screamed at right away. Just screaming, right? And I was naive when I first joined. I thought everybody just killed hundreds of people. Like, I remember
Yeah.
getting
Right, you don't know who these guys are yelling at you or what they've
no
done.
idea, right? So I'm like, oh, dude, this guy's a killer. Like, this guy's killed tons of people because he's a Marine, right? I had no idea about any of that other stuff yet. So I remember, like, getting my issue of clothing and stuff like that. And I remember looking at that pair of camos and I'm like, holy shit, like, dude, it says Marines on them. I was like, this is insane.
Yeah.
This dude handed them to me, right? It was really like a third phase recruit. And I'm like, dude, this guy's fucking killed people. This is insane. Like, I was like, holy shit. Like, a group of killers. You know, and then we get checked into that. The first day, so I won't talk about boot camp a ton, just because you have to be there to experience it. I remember the first day, like the whole Shark Week thing, or Black Friday. That's what the Marine Corps calls it, called Black Friday. So we got Black Friday, we get introduced to our drill instructors, and they're doing the drill instructor creed, and like spit's coming out of their mouth because they're yelling so hard. And I'm like, oh, dude, this is legit. I'm like, this is it. Here we go, boys. And John got hazed for like the first 6 hours, like nonstop. Like, I don't know what he did. right out of the fucking gate, dude. And they do the whole countdown thing. The funniest part was, like, I remember they're like, hey, put all your shit in your foot lockers. And we're like, putting it all in there. You have to set the dial to 0 on your lock. And they called, like, the freeze, right? So we all freeze. And John's over there and half of his stuff is in his foot locker and it's not all the way in there yet.
Oh, yeah.
Get it all back out. So they get it all back out. They do this like 5 times, right? John, and like the second to last time, he was almost there. Like, he had his lock and was about to close it. And they called freeze, so he froze. And they're like, it's not ready. And they took it, just dumped it all out and threw it across the room. And like, we're all standing at attention as John's just trying to scrape up all of his stuff and shove it into his foot locker. Oh, that poor bastard. But goddamn, was it funny, man.
Yeah, some of the experiences, when you look back at them, it is so fucking funny.
I'll have to see if I can print off a copy of that journal and send it to you guys, dude, because some of that's hilarious. Like,
yeah, that'd be cool.
It's cool to keep the memories like that, man, because there's so much that was happening during that time that it becomes a blur. Some of it, you know, like a lot of the big memories stick out, but so much of it would have been so cool to keep track of a lot of that shit.
Yeah, so I was grateful I did, right? Because the number one reason for me to write that was, 1, like, I wanted to keep those memories, and 2, when my kids get older, I want them to read, like, this is what I was doing at that time.
Yeah.
Another noteworthy thing, like, I remember, like, some of the stuff those drill instructors would say, dude, like, I have no idea how they keep a straight face, because goddamn, it was so funny.
Oh yeah, 100%, man.
I feel like I could never do it. I'd be just laughing.
Yeah.
Do they have to be, man? Because I remember one time, like there was two. So like Marine Corps Recruit Depot in San Diego, like there's a ton of seagulls, but nobody fucks with them because we can't, right? Like nobody touches them, so they get really immune to human activity. So like they'll walk into your formations, they don't care. So I remember there was like two seagulls fucking each other right outside of our barracks, right as we're in formation. And the drill instructor does the whole like eyes right. We all look to the right. Like he's like, "You see that? You see those seagulls?" I'm like, "Yes, sir." He's like, "That's the only action you motherfuckers are gonna see all 3 months you're here." Like, God damn. The other noteworthy thing about boot camp, like some of the stuff, man, I remember standing at attention in line to go to the PX to get whatever I needed for the week, and it was always cough drops. You always bought a fuckload of cough drops. This is the only thing you could eat without getting in trouble. And there was this one dude, his name was Hernandez. He's like a small, nerdy Hispanic kid, and he was like obsessed with dragons, like anime dragons and stuff. And this drill instructor comes up, and he's like, "Hernandez, do you like dragons?" He's like, "Yes, sir." He's like, "I want you to blow a big fireball onto his face." And this dude turns around and just goes, and I fucking lost it, dude. I couldn't hold a straight face to save my life. Holy shit, was it fucking funny. Oh my God. Then I remember doing the Crucible and that last hike, the old Reaper hike, and getting my EGA. And that was like, I fucking bawled. I bawled like a baby, dude. He put it in my hands and he shook my hand. He's like, "You're fucking good. You're going to be a great Marine." And I fucking lost it, dude. I was bawling. I was like, "Oh, I look like such a pussy," like holding on to this thing, trying to put it in my pocket. But what they don't tell you is you got to fucking hike back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the sad truth of it.
Yeah. The only
Yeah, but you're motivated on that hike back. You are fucking motivated.
Some people were not though. We lost.
I was, man. I know I was. But that is true. Some people were defeated.
I think we dropped. I think more guys dropped on the way back than the way there.
Yeah. That was the one time I fell asleep walking. Like I didn't even know that was possible.
Yeah, dude, it is such a crazy time. You're so
falling
tired.
asleep, standing up in formation. You just drop and hit the ground and hurry and stand up. Make sure nobody falls.
I think overall in the Marine Corps too, man, the fucking sleep deprivation and like learning how to function with that is a huge part of it. Because you're constantly, man, like we were going out to the field and everything.
Yeah.
Like you're sleeping like shit. You're waking up super early. Then you got fire watch and all that shit. And you're just like fucking running on fumes the entire time.
Yeah, that did help me in the future. Like that sleep deprivation helped me.
Yeah, I was about to say, I bet that
especially
did.
now with what I do. Like that helps out a ton.
Yeah.
So yeah, like we do the thing, right? And then they like, get your MOS. I got, PFC, like private first class, E2 for John and my other buddy joining. My recruiter worked out some weird things, so we all got it. We all got PFC somehow.
Oh, that's nice.
So he hooked us up with that. Then it was like, all right, like you go home on boot leave. I didn't have any recruiter's assistance. Like I was just there. Then we went to the School of Infantry in Camp Pendleton. The old, was it the 52 area? Is that what they call it?
I don't know. I was East Coast for it.
Yeah. School of Infantry West, home of the, I think it's the number one Domino's in the world.
Yeah. So Skyler was with, I believe he was with Alpha Company at the School of Infantry, and then I checked into Alpha Company. So obviously some time has passed and structures were similar.
Yeah.
But dude, like,
Yeah.
those guys were something else, man. Like those guys were legit. I remember like we go through the School of Infantry. I'm used to it now. I'm used to the structure, doing what I'm told, stuff like that, right? So then they call it the split. So they hit the split, and it's like where they separate the 0311 basic riflemen, and then the rest of them. So mortarmen, machine gunners, and then for our class we had 0351, so the assaultmen, and then they would alternate. So it was our class was 0351s, and then the next class would be 0352s, which is the tow gunners. Yeah. So it was funny because I was very set on being a rifleman. So I remember we hit the split. They call off the names. Like I did decently well. I didn't fail anything. So they called me up. They're like, hey, all right, here's all the names. I was one of the names. I go up to the second deck, and they're like, all right, pick your job. And I remember just standing there, right? I didn't go anywhere. One of the instructors was like, what are you doing? Go pick a job. And I'm like, I don't want any of these jobs. I want to be a rifleman. He's like, why do you want to be a rifleman? I was like, I want to kick doors down and shoot bad guys. And he's like, you got a lot of heart. You should go be a machine gunner. So I'm like, okay. So I run over to the machine gun guy, and I'm like, hey, this is Private First Class Greenfield. I was told to report to you by Sergeant so-and-so. And he flips through his papers, and he looks at my name, and he looks at my score, and he's like, Greenfield, you're too smart to be stupid. Go be an assaultman. So I go over to the assaultman people. I'm like, I was told to be an assaultman. He's like, all right, get in the fucking back. Join the club. I'm like, all right, cool. I'm an assaultman now. My instructors, I haven't talked to them since SOI. There's some badass dudes, though. So I had a guy named Sergeant Baldwin and a guy named Sergeant Pacheco. Sergeant Pacheco they were both scout snipers in the Marine Corps. For some reason, they got pushed to School of Infantry. Hardcore fucking dudes, man. Sergeant Pacheco stepped on a toe popper in Afghanistan. And I believe, do you guys remember Staff Sergeant Kleinfield?
Yeah.
Staff Sergeant Kleinfield is the one who saved his life.
No shit.
Kleinfelder.
That's the one. Yep. So he's the one who put a tourniquet on and saved his life after he stepped on an IED. He was also one of my assaultman instructors before he hit the fleet. But
That's
those dudes were crazy. So he had a prosthetic leg. And it was funny because I remember one time we were hiking. We're doing one of our 15K weapons hikes. And some kid's like, oh, dude, my fucking legs hurt, blah, blah, blah. Sergeant Pacheco hears it. He's like, he takes his prosthetic off and throws it at this kid. And he's like, well, you could fucking have mine. Like, holy shit. This guy is insane. Yeah. And then...
Yeah, can't be bitching about your leg hurting in front of that guy.
Well, only one of his legs can hurt.
That's right. Yeah. That's the mistake right there, to be bitching in front of him.
So, and it's funny because I wasn't a super extravagant Marine, man. I just did what I was told when I was told to do it. I remember we were doing the test on all the charges, right? So we're building the charges, and they give you Play-Doh, this is C4, and some fucking 550 cord, and this is det cord. And I was the only one who passed all of the charges. I didn't have to P2 anything. For those of you who don't know what P2 is, it's a second attempt. If you fail something, you have to P2. So it's you retake the test. So I was the only one who didn't have to P2 something. So we checked back in the next day, right? So we go down to the classroom. They're ripping us all fucking new ones because we all suck. They're like, no, fuck all you guys. Start working on what you fucked up on yesterday. And I remember sitting there and I raised my hand. I'm like, hey, I didn't fail anything yesterday. And they're like, oh, shit. Greenfield, go back to the barracks. You're on Libo for the day, but you can only stay in the barracks. And I'm like, oh, dude, this is sick.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
I got a couple of monsters I hid in my bed, right?
Right, dude. That's that's a golden ticket right there.
That is
stoked.
When you're in that environment to just get a day to go, you just lay in your bed and do nothing.
I slept forever. It was amazing. I remember, I was sleeping and then I got scared because I got woken up by the machine gunners because they were getting yelled at doing gun drills in our barracks. And I'm like, I hope they don't see me because I was told to be here, but they're not going to believe me. So I'm like, please don't, putting the fucking blankets over my head. I'm not fucking here. Please don't see me.
Gives me anxiety.
I know, man. That was too real.
Yeah, just getting woken up. Just like looking around. I'm like, oh shit, like hiding under my blankets. I'm like, don't see me, please.
Yeah, because nobody would. The machine
Nobody
gun
would buy that
instructors
story.
would
Not
probably be
giving.
like, yeah, fucking right.
They're like, who told you to be here, Sergeant Baldwin? No, he fucking did.
Yeah,
Come do machine gun
they'd have you
drills.
join them.
Oh god! So I was like afraid. I like didn't want to move. And then it was like for some reason they hated us. They hated us a ton because it was like before Libo, like we never got off base Libo for that Friday or for Friday night, Saturday, and Sunday. We never got off base Libo. It was always in the 52 area because somebody would fuck something up, or I'm convinced they were making stories. But then Friday, like Saturday morning, before we could go on Libo, we had to fill 1,000 sandbags every fucking time.
Oh.
Every time.
Dude, I remember that.
And I remember one time we were like, you know what, fuck it, we're going to have fun. So we're like laughing, racing down with sandbags. And one of the instructors got mad. He's like, you guys shouldn't be fucking happy. Like, fuck you for being happy. You're going to fill 500 more. Like, okay, cool. Like, that's sick.
Yeah.
And that also reminded me of another boot camp story I got to tell real quick. Sorry to get off topic, but so I remember one kid was getting IT'd on the quarterdeck, which stands for, what does IT stand for? Something training, like immersion, incentive training. He was getting incentively trained.
I'm incentive not to fuck up anymore.
He was getting incentively trained on the quarterdeck, and he was doing mountain climbers. We had a drill instructor who was new. Like, we were his first recruit class. We knew he was new. He had his ribbons were a ketchup stain and like the good cookie ribbon. Like, that's all he had. I think he was like a supply sergeant, worked in supply. So this kid's doing mountain climbers, and then he just stops. And this drill instructor's like, what the fuck are you doing? Why did you stop? Blah, blah, blah. And he's like, this recruit's reached the top of the mountain, sir. We're like,
oh my
shit.
God.
I'm like, this is insane. And then he like doesn't know what to say. And then somebody's like, well, you better fucking start climbing down. But goddamn.
That was a ballsy and witty fucking response, honestly.
Like, if I could go back to boot camp again, I think I would have so much fun. I would have so much fun fucking with people all the time. So back to the School of Infantry, right? So like, I wasn't an exemplary Marine at the time. Like, I was just a normal dude. I did what they told me to do. I did it as fast as I could, and that was it. And it was funny.
Well, you know what that reminds me of real quick? You've seen Forrest Gump, right? He's like, when Forrest Gump joins the army, he's like, Gump, what is your sole purpose in this army? He's like, to do what you tell me, sir. He's like, God damn it, Gump, you're going to make a general one day.
To do what you tell me to. Oh, Jack. God damn it. God, that movie is good. So School of Infantry happens. So I graduate, and the funny thing was they hated the mortars, like the mortar recruits. They hated them so much that I got their, what do they call it? Like their promotion. So like each person at the head of their, like the 0311s have a bunch of meritorious. Meritorious promotion.
Yeah, meritorious promotion.
You know, then it's one for the machine guns, the assaultmen, and the mortarmen, right?
Yeah.
But they hated the mortarmen so much that they gave me their meritorious promotion.
Oh,
so we had 2 assaultmen that were meritoriously promoted, 1 machine gunner, and like 3 0311s. And I was one of those dudes, right? Like, and it's not because I was like fucking above and beyond at my job. I just, whatever they told me to do, I was like, I'm going to do that as fast as I can. So I'm like, rolls of tape, taping canteens together to make a water impulse charge, like dumb shit. Like, you're going to get it. I remember one of the instructors was like, you don't want me to pin you because I'll do it the old fashioned way. And I'm like, all right, that's the guy I want to pin me. So I have this ceremony, right? Like, who do you want to pin you? So I call this sergeant out, right? And he comes up and he's like, okay. So he does the thing, like he takes the turtles off, little backers off the end of the sharp pieces of the rank, and he puts them on, and then just bam, smashes them into my collarbone, and I had to pull them out of my skin, smash them in there. Some people consider that hazing. I consider it a tradition, and I was glad.
Yeah, 100%.
To be a part of that tradition. So that happens, right? And then we do the whole graduation thing. And I remember we had one dude who was from 29 Palms. And he was a pretty mellow guy, like super chill, nothing super crazy. Like he never just came and just like wrecked me for no reason. Like if I got wrecked, it was because I deserved it. And then, so like next thing we were like, I don't know where 29 Palms is, right? First time I saw a palm tree was when I flew into MCRD San Diego to go to boot camp. Right. First time I ever saw one in person. They're like, you're going to 29 Palms. And it was me and John. And then a couple of other dudes. My other buddy ended up going to, what is it, North Carolina or somewhere around there on the East Coast. So we're like, okay, I don't know what the fuck that is, but all right. Like, I'll get on the bus. And we're sitting there on the bus going in. And then when we go to check in, I think you guys were like 2 weeks away from coming home from that deployment. So when we checked in,
yeah, we were like 2 weeks out. That's
so
right.
When I checked in, like me and John checked in, and there was some dude, I can't remember his name, and they're like, "Yeah, dude, just here's your room. Go get in your room." We get in my room. I'm like, "Okay, like what do we do now? Like what am I supposed to do?" And he's like, "Fucking go away. Like go do something." And I'm like, "Can I change?" Because I was in my alphas. He's like, "Yeah, you wear normal clothes." And I'm like, "Oh shit, it's cool. Fuck."
Was it a headquarters dude?
I want to say it might have been fucking Gossett, the old turkey. Yeah. Someone like that, right? Someone who didn't get.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, like, cool. Like, I was like skeptical. I thought I was gonna change into civilian clothes and then just get yoked up. I was like peeking out the door. I'm like, fucking hey, dude, he's legit. Like I can do whatever I want. This is great. Right?
Yeah.
That was such a weird time. Like, because up until then, it's like your first 6 months in the military. All you're doing is training and getting yelled at, getting told exactly what to do.
Right.
I remember when I first got to my unit, like everyone was, they're out doing like field training or something. And I got roomed with some random guy I didn't know. And he had an Xbox in his room. And I was just like, what the hell? Like, I was like afraid to turn the TV on or anything because I thought, I was going to get yelled at or something. It takes a couple of weeks to get settled into just having freedom again.
Yeah. So it was me and John. We shared a room. So we got a room, right? And it only lasted for like a few days. And then you guys came back from deployment. And then I always think about it like from Jarhead, like the first Jarhead. When he's checking into his unit and there's like dudes on the catwalk like, fuck, I'm gonna fuck you, like oh my god. That's what fucking happened. I remember like the day you guys got back, man, it was like holy shit. Like dude, fucking some dude's pounding on our door and I'm like, okay, someone's knocking. I open the door and 6 dudes jump in and they're like fucking screaming and I'm like, what is going on? And like that developed a whole list of other fucking trauma that followed me around for a while, but it was hilarious. Like thinking back on it now, god damn, was it funny.
Yeah, and that's a tradition too. It happened to everyone. I got some good stories.
And it was the only shitty part about that is I was the only assaultman boot for like 3 to 4 months. I was the only dude. And they're like, Nick, you're in charge of him. And I'm like, oh my God. I remember one day, right, the whole coat hanger thing was a real thing. You guys weren't as good at it as Skyler says his seniors were. Because I remember there's...
Oh, dude, yeah, they had it down.
I remember a couple of times that fucking hanger would come through the door and you just kind of smack it out of the way so it doesn't hit the door handle so they can't get in. Then somebody's sleeping.
You play defense on that thing.
But yeah, I remember the first time I ever interacted with Denby. He comes into my room and he's wearing nothing but fucking shorts. All he has on is shorts, and there's one other dude, and I want to say it might have been Estrada or Tharp.
Oh, Lord. That was probably Tharp's ass.
That grind ball. I remember he comes in there and he hands me a beer. He's like, you're going to drink this beer. And I'm like, I'm not 21. He's like, I don't fucking care. I'm like, oh shit. So, okay. So I drink a beer, set it down. He pulls out another one. Drink this beer. I'm like, oh, okay. He did it like 4 times, and he's wearing fucking shorts with no pockets. I don't know where he's getting these beers from. And he just keeps pulling them out. And I remember throwing up in the toilet. Like I drank like 4 or 5 of them, and I threw up in the toilet, and you're like, oh, you're fucking throwing up already? I'm like, all right, I guess we're done. And they just walk out. Like, what the hell happened? And then Jenkins comes into the room to fuck with.
Just curl up in a ball.
Jenkins comes into the room to fuck with John, right? And the funny part is he's being real cool, right? Jenkins comes in, he's like, hey, bro, I'm Lance Corporal Jenkins. I'm going to be your senior. This is stuff you need to study. Like, he's pulling out knowledge books, highlighting stuff. He's like, this is what you need to study. It's going to be a good time. Like, blah, blah, blah. He steps out of the room, and I don't know what was said. I don't know who the fuck he was talking to or what was said. But he steps out of the room. He kicks the fucking door in and just wrecks the place. And I'm like, this guy was cool like 5 minutes ago. Like, I don't know what the hell is going on. And then the hazing began, right? I remember being in charge of getting Conrad every morning for formation. Like, Greenfield, go get Conrad. I'm like, okay. And I go pound on his door, and he'd open it, and it's like bloodshot eyes from being hung over. He's like, what the fuck do you want? I was like, I was told to come get you for formation. He's like, I'm not fucking going, and slams the door shut. I'm like, I don't know what to do. So I run back down. I'm like, he said he's not coming. Just being scared out of my mind.
Yeah, they were fermenting beers in that fucking barracks room.
The funniest part was, like, there's a few things to note, right? I remember one day it was like Conrad, Grigsby, what's that one fucking dude? He's a terrible human being.
Was it my
one of your seniors?
So so we had for our seniors, it was DeYoung, Richard, Grigsby, Conrad, and I think that was it.
There's one more.
Unless I'm missing somebody.
There's one more. Didn't he go private contracting? Dave thought he was hilarious, but I thought he was a fucking piece of shit.
Oh, are you talking about
that
Peterson?
Fucking guy? That piece of shit.
How the fuck did I forget about Peterson? Yeah, jeez.
It was Conrad, Grigsby.
Damn. I'm sorry, Peterson, if you're watching this.
You
just created an enemy of the podcast.
I know. Damn.
We're going to get some angry fan mail now.
Jamie's doubling down.
I'm doubling down. I do not like you. You're a terrible human being. I will fucking double down on that all day. Let's come find me. But
that's all right. We're gonna do a dual podcast with you and him.
He did what he thought was right at the time, so I can't get too angry at him for that. So I remember it was like I walk into the room. There's a bunch of seniors sitting on beds, and they're like, "Hey, go back out, come back into the room, say the first thing that you think, and then act like it." And I'm like, "What the fuck are they talking about?" So I do it like 4 times, right? Like I'm trying to come up with something. It's like, what is the first thing you smell? I was like, coffee. It's like, okay, act like coffee. And I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? So finally I was like, all right, I'm fucking done. All right. So like, I'm going to go in there and I know exactly what I'm going to say. And I walk in there and I go, ballsy. And I start giving everybody dabs, like high fives. And like, oh shit, this guy's fucking cool. I got shit hazed out of me later for it. Then there was another guy. He might have been a machine gunner. I can't remember his name. He lived off base. But I always remember driving to his house. I would drive to his house, or I would drive him to his house, and then he'd be like, he like treated me like a normal person at his house, which was kind of weird because I wasn't sure how to act yet. Then like I remember. So it was Conrad, Grigsby, Peterson, the other guy, he was an Asian guy, DeYoung. I remember the first thing you guys told me was don't ever act like DeYoung is not a senior to you. He's a piece of shit. So, all right.
Yeah, he was too.
Copy that. And I remember just getting
If you hear this, DeYoung, you are still a piece of shit, I imagine.
I think so. The slow bomb of fucking assaultmen.
Yeah, he'd have fucking pizza slices under his pillow in the barracks. Save it for a midnight snack. That is a greasy fucking move, man.
And then
imagine the state of that pillow.
Just a big couple of triangles. Getting through it.
Oh. Why would he do that?
It's because he's sick in the head.
So that happens, right? All those things happen. I remember when Rasul and Schroeder checked in. And I was like, okay, cool. Like, I got some friends now. And I remember, like we can't, like, it's lunchtime, but nobody wants to go out because if they see us in the hallway, we're going to get fucked up. Just sitting there trying to.
You're afraid? You didn't want to get to the chow hall?
Oh, dude, I was fucking terrified. And then, like, so I do the boot thing, right? So before I check in, sorry, I got to back travel. Before I check in, I end up getting married to my first ex-wife who had my daughter. We got married on boot leave, right? So then I fast track forward. So then I start trying to get in the works of getting on-base housing. I don't know how any of this works, right? I sit down with somebody, they're like, all right, cool, we'll put you in housing in, like, I think it was the Adobe area. I think that's what they called it. The Adobe area. So, like, next thing you know, I was in the barracks for like 4 or 5 months dealing with that. And then I finally get a house, right? Like halfway through the workup, I get a house. My wife at the time moves in with my daughter. Like, things are good. We didn't have anything because I was poor still because the Marine Corps doesn't pay a shit. So I had like a mattress on the floor, a TV on the wall because I really wanted a TV, and then like a crib for my daughter. So then we're doing that, right? So we're doing that thing. We're doing the workup. I hit my.
That's all you need. So that's all you need
to be a happy man. Beer in the fridge. So at this time, I'm 18 at the time. I just turned 18. I think I got 18, turning 19 on our second deployment, our first deployment. So, like, we're getting ready. We're finally doing the thing. All right, workup happens. Workup's done. We do the deployment thing. Then first deployment, getting over to Kuwait. All right, so we go into Kuwait, and I'm like, all right, this is it. Finally, I've worked, year and a half up to this point, like, ready to do what I was destined to do, what I thought I was going to do, which didn't happen. You guys were there. I remember, like, the first day we step off of the plane into the airport over there in Jabber, or close to Jabber. We get on these little Haji buses, and then it was like, I remember Nick coming up to me and he's like, you can grow out a low fade now. Like, we are equals. And it's funny because at that point in time, like, that meant so much to me as a newer guy, right? I was like, holy shit, like, I'm a normal, like, I'm equal now. Like, we're good. So I was like, I don't want to fuck that up. So I did everything I could to be the best that I could be. So, like, that meant a ton to me. Just that little, like, hey, you don't have to get, this much cut off your hair. You can get this much cut off your hair now. I was like, fuck yeah.
Yeah, that shit holds weight in the Marine Corps, though, man.
Yeah, no, I agree with you there. It holds a ton of weight. So we do that thing, right? So, I mean, it's working out. The funny thing was, since I was a Lance, backtrack a little bit, right? Denby got demoted for some bullshit.
Oh, yeah. It was deserved, though. It was deserved.
Shit happens or what have you, right? But it was funny because at the time, I outranked Denby, right? So it was weird because he was my senior, but my rank was higher than his. So I remember he's like, do you want to call me Mr. Denby or Sensei? And I was like, Mr. Denby? And he's like, you're going to call me Sensei. And I was like, wow, shit. And then I remember screaming it, like, super loud. I was like, fuck it. It's like, oh, I said say. And like some staff sergeant come over. He's like, what the fuck are you talking about? He's like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, dude, I was surprised I never got fucking fucked up for that. I came close a couple times. First sergeant heard it a couple times. I was like, who's that?
Oh, dude, it was fucking funny, though. Like, looking back on it. That shit was
there is a complete secret society in like I'd say like the lower 3 ranks of the Marine Corps infantry. I don't know about every job, but the Marine Corps infantry, it's like the privates and lance corporals have a secret society of things going on that nobody else knows about.
Yeah.
It happens at all hours.
Yeah, one of my assaultment instructors, I remember his words were, PFC Underground's fucking bullshit. The Lance Corporal Underground will tell you when the Marine Corps is going to end.
Yeah. There's so much information that flows when you're at that level. You hear all the shit.
But so we hit that first deployment. I remember like it was day to day, man. We go to the gym a ton. I was trying to get big, but I only weighed like 135, 140 pounds. Like doing my best. Go to the gym like twice a day, eating 3 square meals a day because we stayed on an Air Force base in Jabber. Doing trap missions. And like the first time we did it, it was super dumb, right? Go to the trap missions, you're there for a fucking week. You're like, it's horrible. And then if you're not doing trap missions, you're in Camp Buring doing training, which was fucking stupid. Good old Staff Sergeant or Lieutenant McNeil. God damn, bless your heart, man. But fuck, that was dumb. I remember doing call for fire missions for the mortars, and we couldn't wear warming layers because of something, right? He come up with some bullshit. He's like, oh, can't wear warming layers because we're not all going to be the same. It's uniformity, blah, 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 right? So I remember freezing my ass off in a pair of frogs in November of fucking in Camp Buring with holding a pair of binoculars in the middle of the desert, shaking like a whore in church, just having a seizure on the side of the sand dune, trying to do a call for fire. And then McNeil,
yeah, it gets cold as shit in that desert, man.
And then McNeil's got his big
the sun's
puffy
gone,
coat on, nice and warm. He's like, "Are you cold?" I was like, "Yes, sir. I'm freezing." You know, right 25 down 50. Like, can't even talk. So then the funniest part was like I remember getting that done, and then we had Staff Sergeant Tomlinson. God, he was a scary man. He's like. They get into it.
Wait, for second platoon? Tomlin.
Oh, Staff Sergeant Tomlin.
Yeah, Tomlin was,
God, was he scary.
He's a good dude.
He was a great,
though.
Awesome guy. But I feel like he had a very short fuse, and I don't know.
Oh, he 100% did, yeah. He was not to be fucked with.
And it was random what would set it off. Don't know what it would be, but it would set it off. And I'm like, holy shit. So... like that happens, I'm like, oh shit. So they get into an argument about Thanksgiving dinner and Buring. And I remember like, you know, Lieutenant McNeil was like, I don't give a fuck. We're all gonna get home for Thanksgiving dinner. We're gonna eat as a platoon. And Staff Sergeant Tomlin being fucking pissed that we were getting Thanksgiving dinner. And like just muddy, like we didn't even shower. We got to Buring, threw our shit down, and then went to the chow hall. I like still had mud on me. I remember some army dude was like, dude, did you guys come from the front line? I was like, no, I was doing fucking training over there. I was freezing my ass off for hours. Fucking
I remember one time on the flight line. You remember Corporal Fernandez? He was standing out there, and it was this is when we were slated to do that stuff with the SEALs, and we went out there, and he was eating one of those eggs out of like the box chows, and you know he's talking with Staff Sergeant Tomlin about something, and something he said just pissed Tomlin off. So Tomlin comes over and he just fucking uppercuts the egg out of Fernandez's hand and sends it, and he's like, fucking blast him, like starts laying into him. leaves, come back's like 10 seconds later and hands him another egg from a box shot. He's like, sorry, man. But it was like a complete switch of like, I'm going to fuck you up to like, here's your egg back.
Funny, dude. So sorry to backtrack again, but that workup, there's a couple of significant things happened during that workup. So like we run Morgan's Well, right, for non-7th Marines people, right? Morgan's Well is a specific range that requires a lot of outside resources. So like Artie's going, F-16s are doing bomb drops. So for some reason, only 7th Marines does Morgan's Well. Correct me if I'm wrong, but from my knowledge, the only units in the Marine Corps that do
I believe
Morgan's
so,
Well are
yeah.
7th Marines. So I remember, like, I think it was like the second time, because we did like 3 times that workup, it feels like. But like one of the second times we did Morgan's Well, we like landed on Ospreys. One fucking landed on a tree and tipped over. Just a shit show to begin with.
Oh, yeah.
I almost heat. The one and only time I've almost heat cased from that. And I remember like getting real dizzy. We had to dig into the defense after. And I remember I was digging into the defense with Schroeder, and we're taking turns throwing up. I was like, all right, Schroeder, it's your turn to go throw up. He'd start throwing up, and I'd start digging a hole. I'm like, hey, dude, I need to swap. We'd swap. I'd go throw up. He'd keep digging the hole. And I remember right next to him, or right next to us, because you were with us. It was like me and Schroeder, you and somebody else. And then John and Skylar were to our right. And I remember looking at them and John singing, making bacon pancakes for 6 hours while he's digging a hole with a fucking 2-foot shovel. Just fucking.
You remember Razul heat case on Range 400?
I do remember that.
That shit was insane.
Yeah, he started having seizures. I remember pulling
convulsing
ice out and putting it on his armpits.
Yeah, armpits, his nuts.
Yeah, trying to get his.
Yeah, he got fucking life lighted out of there. His internal temp was like 109.
Or yeah, it was 109.
Yeah, man, he's lucky that nothing else happened. I was worried about that shit. Because when he walked in, you could see something was wrong on his face.
Well, I remember because we were sitting under the cami netting, and I remember seeing him and Schroeder walking next to each other, and they were walking back, and all of a sudden, Rasul just dropped like a fucking sack of potatoes.
Yeah,
he just dropped.
It was so I
remember
crazy.
Like we all ran out there, dragging him back, throwing ice, tons of ice on him as he started to like convulse. Then he ended up getting life flighted out. He almost didn't make that deployment because of that.
Yeah,
he was cutting close.
That shit was nuts.
I remember that happens.
Yeah, he could not be stopped though. He pushed through that.
Yeah,
deployed and continued doing a lot of really difficult things in the heat. Which when a lot of people have those kind of heat injuries, they they can't really do what they used to be able to do. And but he always pushed, man. He went through. We did the martial arts instructor course together, and I'll tell you this: that was hell running through.
Yeah, that black belt shit.
Well, we were out in.
Oh, you did the instructor. That's right.
Yeah, we did it in Kuwait, just in the heat of the summer, running around the fucking desert. We were climbing those old bunkers that they used for desert storm shelters, and a lot of them were bombed out from
Saddam. When Saddam had that, that's when they bombed them.
And we'd climb up those things with like 90-pound packs, and I wanted to just dig a hole out in that sand and stay there. But Razul was with me the whole time, and he pushed through all that shit. It was impressive.
No, he was a good dude.
Other people probably could have just thrown in the towel at that point and got like a medical retired package or something.
Yeah, no, a lot of respect for that. He barely made that deployment. He fought for it too. I know that. Trying to get on that first deployment. But yeah, going back to that, I remember. I'll have to send you guys some pictures. I think I have a picture of like me and Frankel on the flight line right before we were doing the FTX for that Kazovac mission for the SEALs. But yeah,
Oh yeah, man. I don't know if I'm even at liberty to say this, but Frankel is. Well, I mean, I won't say it, but he's in another conflict. If you know what I'm talking
nice.
about now.
Well, hopefully he stays safe and does what he needs to do. But good for him.
Yeah, went back to the homeland.
Did he really?
Yeah, dude, he went back and did. It's a citizenship thing.
But
So
maybe we'll have to try to have him on the show.
yeah, good one.
yeah, I hit him up because remember we took all those barracks wars we had on deployment where people be throwing all kinds of crazy shit. I went. He had a GoPro at the time, and he got all that footage. And I hit him up about that footage. He said he didn't have it, so he's still able to be contacted. I'll holler at him.
Be a good one. But yeah, so doing that, right? So we do that Kazakh mission. We ended up flying to Al Assad to train with the SEALs for it. And I remember seeing those dudes walk out for the first time, and they're like wearing Chuck Taylors and like have beard. Oh, dude,
Yeah,
sick.
They were all fucking yoked
Big as
too.
fuck. And I remember like I have a shaved face and a bald head. It's my first deployment. And I'm like, fuck, dude, those guys are cool.
Yeah, they brought that big ass Vic.
Yeah, like fucking
remember that thing?
Gangster shit, dude. Like they.
Yeah, that blacked out vehicle. That thing was crazy looking.
Yeah, then like from what I understand was what happened is because that I believe it was SEAL Team 3. They didn't go through SETCOM and went straight to us, and then it got shut down because SETCOM found out about it. So that never ended up happening, which was frustrating. Remember old Morgenthaler? Get that dude on here. Jesus Christ. I remember old
dude. Morgenthaler.
Big Booty Burgess lost the top cover pin to the 249. So he tied it with a piece of 550 cord. And then I remember Morgenthaler was like, he was smoking a cigarette, right? So he's smoking a cigarette at the time. And he's just real calm and mellow. And he's like, Burgess, when I finish this cigarette, I'm going to fuck you up. And then just continue smoking a cigarette. I'm like, holy shit.
Because he saw the 249.
Yeah, he told him. I think he told him about it.
Oh,
yeah, the 249 lost the top cover pin. I was like, holy shit!
After the cigarette, I'm gonna fuck you up.
So that So the funny part during that time, right? So I'm talking with my first wife. She says she's made a friend, right? She's like, oh, I made this friend on base. She's super cool, super fun. Her husband's super nice. We should go on a double date. And at the time, I'm like, okay, cool. Like, if I remember leaving, and I told her, I was like, hey, I don't want you talking to any other male Marines. I know what they're about. I don't want you talking to them. Like, whatever, right? So she tells me that she met this female Marine, and then her husband, super cool dude. Like, we should go on double dates. I'm like, okay, cool, right? So me being a reasonable adult at the time, it's like, okay, it's socially acceptable to have friends and like not try to fuck them, right? So dealing with that, she's talking to me about it. Like, things are great, whatever, right? So we wrapped with that deployment, and I remember coming home. We do the thing. I end up going back home, and she's like talking to me like, "Oh yeah, this guy's great. Like, you'll get along with him." Blah blah blah. And I remember going to the gym. Like, I took her to the gym with me one time after that deployment. And she's like, oh, he's right here. Do you want to come talk to him? I was like, no, not really. I want to do what I'm here to do at the gym. And so she leaves me to go talk to him. Okay. It's kind of weird. Right? So red flag number one, right? But kind of push it aside. Oh, hate to be this guy, but is it okay to take a piss again?
Yeah, man.
Sorry. Piss
You're
on
good,
the
you're good.
out here.
That's a dog. I've been drinking.
When I make my pasta.
pasta.
So,
Yeah, man, spaghetti.
all right, where was I?
She said you said that she went and talked to the dude at the gym. That was the first red flag,
right? So I kind of pushed that to the side. I'm like, whatever, right? Then some weird shit kind of starts happening, right? She's gone from the house a lot more than she normally was. So I'm like trying to be a stay-at-home dad, figure that out. And then the biggest thing that happened, right, was my sister came down to visit. One of my older sisters come down to 29 Palms to visit. And she has another friend that came down to visit, and she just disappeared for like 3 days. I'm like, what the fuck's going on? Right, so like I don't know what to do. Her mom moved down in the area, so I'm like, okay, well, like I'll just drive to her mom's house and figure out what's going on. So as I pull up to her mom's, there's another car there that I don't recognize, and then like she comes out bawling. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? She's like, yo, you need to leave right now, blah, blah, blah. Like, starts getting mad at me for being there. So I'm like, okay, whatever. Right, so I'll go home. So I go home. Still trying to, like, do the workup. And then it was like, I want to say it was like a month before we were scheduled to deploy. She's like, hey, I got to talk to you. I'm like, okay. She's like, hey, I want you to know, like, I've been having an affair. I've been sleeping around with this guy. And I kind of had suspicions about it before, but for her to finally tell me that, like, it fucking broke me. Right? And I'm scheduled to deploy soon. I remember going to Duke's room, because I think Dave was there at the time. We used to share a room with Duke. And I was like, hey, dude, like, I need a place to crash for a little bit.
Yeah, me and Duke had a nice setup. You know, we both it was in those old barracks where the bathroom was in the middle that we shared, but then we both had our own room. So I think he had a couch, I had a couch.
Yeah, so I remember going to them. I was like, dude, I need a place to crash for a bit. And I remember talking with Duke a little bit, and his first assumption was that I had an affair, and I was like, no, like she had an affair. And then I find out that, so beforehand, right, we go backtrack a little bit. Within my first 2 months of being home, like, she shows me a pregnancy test. She's like, hey, I'm pregnant. I'm like, okay. So now, like, we're at that point, like, baby's about to come, right? It's about to come any second. And now she drops that. So I'm like, dude, I don't even know if this kid's fucking mine.
Right.
So I end up coming back home. And then she disappears again, right, with her friend for like 4 days. And then I'm at home with my daughter, like, trying to figure it out. So
yeah, that's what I was about to ask. So this whole time while she's disappearing, you have your house on base and you're watching your daughter?
Yeah, so there was a good chunk of time where I missed some stuff. Like, I missed some stuff in the workup because I couldn't be there because I had to be there to watch my kid because I didn't know where the fuck she was. I ended up trying to call her, I think it was like 150 times. Straight to voicemail, no phone calls, nothing, right? So I'm up for like two days just waiting to hear from her. Like, I don't know what's going on. She's about to have a kid. I don't know if it's mine anymore. And then
Jesus,
all of a sudden I get a phone call. And she's like, it was from her friend. Her friend calls me. She's on the phone. And she's like, where the fuck were you? I'm like, what are you talking about? She's like, well, I just had your son. So I'm like, oh, shit. So I pack up everything. And I drive I literally ran to the hospital. It was like a couple of blocks away. I pack up as much as I can carry, and I run to the hospital. For some reason, didn't even think about taking the car. I left my daughter home at the time. What?
The hospital right there on base? Okay. Yeah, I remember that. You only lived a block or two away.
So,
sometimes we would run to your house in the morning.
Make sure I was
from the barracks. Or just run past it, you know.
Yeah, so I remember running to the hospital, and I was like, hey, like, where's my wife at? Like, she said she just had my kid. Like, I'm here to see my kid. And they're like, oh, she's in there. So I get ready to walk in, and somebody's like, hey, no, you can't go in there. And I was like, where the fuck do you mean? Like, my son's in there. I'm going in there.
Yeah.
He's like, no, you can't go in there. So I started getting heated with the nurse who tells me that at the time. And I ended up getting escorted out by MPs. So military police escorted me out of the hospital, and they're like, you can't be here right now. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? Right. So I'm like, all right, whatever. So I go back home. And then I'm there for another like few days. Like, I don't know what to do. Right. I got to watch my daughter. So I just start deep cleaning everything. So I clean everything.
Yeah.
And I top to bottom, scrubbing the walls, doing everything. Right. She finally kind of comes home, and I'm like, hey, dude, like, what the fuck happened? Like, what was that?
Yeah.
So she doesn't really talk to me a whole lot. And then that's when the whole, like, hey, like, I had an affair. So now I don't know if this kid's mine. I'm about to deploy. So I'm like, what the fuck's going on? So I ended up going on that deployment. And that deployment was a lot better than the first one. We went to a couple of different places. It felt like more of a real deployment. Like, I remember the first few days we got there, like, hey, you guys are going to Syria. So I'm like, oh shit, it's gonna be wicked. So I remember flying into Syria, and like we're like trying to make plans for when we hit the ground. Like, oh, we're gonna set up a 360 security. We'll make sure we're all covered. The bird's gonna take off. We're gonna go do the thing, right? We landed in Shadadi. And I remember like they had the back hatch down, and they're flying over, and the first thing we fly over is like a building that was bombed. I'm like, holy shit. Like, this is real. Like, it's legit.
Yeah.
All right, so we hit the ground. We start sprinting. I'm like sprinting out, and I look over to my right, and there's a bunch of dudes like laying on their packs, like just kind of hanging out. And I'm like, what the fuck's going on? We all sprint out, get ready to set up the security. They're just kind of chilling. So I'm like, okay.
Yeah, like, oh shit. Fuck.
So we went there. We ripped those dudes out. And it felt like a real deployment, right? We were standing post in Shadadi. It sucked because it was like you only had one day off that would alternate. So you'd 10 hours a day on post, come back, 10 hours of QRF, and then, you had like 4 hours of free time, and then you go back to post. And we did that for a couple of months. We finally got switched out. Went back to Kuwait for a little bit. And then at that time, they had like Wi-Fi in the fucking barracks. Like, you didn't need a puck anymore. Like, they just had Wi-Fi in the barracks.
Shit.
So that was pretty cool. So that happens. When we were there, like, it was dying down a lot. Like, we had some pop shots happen while we were there, like hitting the berms or like trying to figure out where they were going, or tracer rounds coming from the city over the fob. But like nothing indirect or direct for us to engage or anything like that, right? So nothing crazy. So we do that for the bit. I think we ended up going to Jordan, which was pretty cool. Super pretty, super beautiful place to be at. But like we ended up doing shit there at the King's Palace, which fucking sucked, but it was good. But then like during this whole time, I'm still trying to figure out like the last thing that was said to me is like, we're getting a divorce. I'm like, all right, cool. So I'm like trying to fight a divorce while I'm deployed.
All right, you got the shit on the back of your mind while you're fucking can't even communicate with back home.
So every fucking day, like I'm trying to call home. I remember calling my daughter and like seeing this dude in the background of my house through the video call, and just being so fucking angry. I was so mad. And then at that point, like it started to wear and tear, right? Like it wore and tore on me to the point where I was like, I don't even deserve to be alive anymore. I was like, I want to die. Like, I wanted to die more than anything. I was like, at least if I died at that time, then I would come home a hero. You know, my daughter would be able to remember me as a hero. So like I was so miserable at that time. I wanted to die more than anything. So like battling that.
Yeah, it's hard to. I can imagine it's hard to see clearly. You know, thinking about those times on deployment where you go long stretches without being able to contact anybody. So you have so many questions about what's going on back home, especially in your situation, and then your mind is starting to fill those blanks on its own. You know, you're just thinking the worst, assuming the worst, and not, you know, it's hard to think like, well, at least, you know, 5 years from now, like it's all going to be okay. Like you can't
start losing your fucking mind.
You can't see that far ahead. You know, you can only see like a week ahead, or you're like, shit, we still have 4 more months left here, and it feels like forever.
Yeah. So I remember like trying to fight that whole thing, that like trying to fight a divorce while I was on deployment and all this other stuff. And I remember like we ended up coming home. So I get home, right? I get to the field. They drop us off in the bus, and like nobody's there, right? I'm by myself. I don't have any family there to greet me or hang out with. And before then, I was like, hey, dude, I'm going to need a barracks room. Like, I'm fighting a divorce. I remember it was, I think it was Dilbeck. Stefan Dilbeck.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy son of a bitch. Hopefully he's doing well. He's a good man. But I remember, like, trying to talk to him about it because I didn't know what else to do, right? I was like, I don't know who to talk to. I don't know what's going on. I don't know how to deal with this. So I remember talking to him, right? So I find him in the barracks room in Kuwait, in Jabber. And I'm like, hey, bro, like, what do I do? Like, this is a situation that I'm dealing with. She's, like, posting pictures with him and my kids on Facebook. So it's, like, just tearing me down little by little. So I'm like, I don't know what to do. And I remember he's like, you want some coffee? I was like, what the how's coffee going to help me with this? And he fucking hands me a Jack and Coke. I'm like, what? I'm like, oh, shit, okay. And I remember when I left that room, he's like, hey, don't tell anybody I brew coffee in here. I was like, okay, you got it.
I brew coffee in here.
And I'm like, oh, shit. But yeah, so it was fucking awesome. Pretty damn funny.
That is awesome.
Then, like, back with that deployment, I remember doing the whole, like, setting up, digging into the defense in Syria and the tri-border area because the Russians were pushing too far into the green zone or the neutral zone or whatever they wanted to call it. And, like, the plan itself was fucking stupid, right? They're like, hey, we're going to do a show of force. So we're going to get there, we're going to shoot a bunch of ammo, and then we're going to leave. I'm like, well, that sounds fucking dumb. Like, what if we get attacked? We're not going to have any fucking ammo to shoot back with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not the best plan.
So we sit there, we shoot tons of ammo. They shot like 6 TOW missiles. Like, we're shooting all the freaking small rounds that we have. The ODA dudes we were with let us shoot
Yeah, it was pretty wild. We shot like 10
rockets from the small, and then the ODA dudes were like, hey, do you want to shoot the small or the Gustav? Like, fuck yeah. So they're like shooting their Gustav and all their rounds. And it was supposed to be like a 3-day thing. And I remember I was promoted to sergeant at the time. So I was doing like SOG, Sergeant of the Guard stuff. Like being a slime ball in my sleeping bag with the radio right here so I can hear it for an hour. And like on the last day, I get woken up by somebody and he's like, hey, bro, I got some bad news. What the fuck are you talking about? He's like, hey, we're getting extended for like 2 or 3 days. I'm like, fuck. Like, we're supposed to be home now. So, yeah, I remember fucking waking up Dave. I was like, hey, Dave, it's your turn for watch. And he's like, okay. I was like, hey, dude, I got some bad news. was like, we're getting extended for a couple of days. And Dave's like, are you fucking with me? It's like, if you're fucking with me, that's not cool, man. I was like, no, dude, I'm being legit. Like, this is serious. Like, I'm not trying to fuck with you. I'm just getting mad as hell. As I hand him the radio, snatches it.
That's the last thing you want to hear. You know, who knows? I don't know what time it was. You know, the changeover was. He was probably waking me up at like 1 a.m. to tell me that shit.
Yeah, I was late.
They got fucking Bradshaw a foot away from me with some stinky ass breath.
That motherfucker, man.
Yeah, who knows what that motherfucker's doing now?
Fucking prison or jail or dead.
Real quick on that, I got a fucking call like a year after I got out from this place, and they said, hey, do you know, I don't even remember his first name, to be honest with you. They said, do you remember whatever his first name was, Bradshaw, or do you know this guy? And I'm like, yeah. They're like, he put you down as a job reference. I said, well, don't fucking hire him, and I hung up.
That's fucking funny. Oh, my God. That's fucking funny.
I was like, why?
That fucking slime ball. But so we end up doing that, right? So I come back, nobody's there. I got a barracks room. I end up, dragging all my shit to the barracks because I didn't have a car at the time, or my car was in a storage unit. So drag it down to the barracks, right? So it's like me. I think me and John shared a room again. Old John Sandberg. So we share a room.
Yeah, I remember that.
It was in the old Motel 6 looking barracks.
Mm-hmm.
God, that was fucking place to be. It's great. It reminds me of Motel 6. Like, it's got the catwalks outside. The only thing that's different is the fucking rooms connect in the bathroom, and that's it. But
that's the last place I got a good night's rest. You know, there'd be a guy up on the balcony on the 3rd floor pissing over my room like a fountain. And then you'd have, some background music all through the night because some poor bastard would pass out with his fucking speaker going.
Yeah, I remember it was Dave. What was it, you and Moore shared a room?
Yeah, we did at the towards the end before we moved to North Carolina. Me and Kevin were roommate. Like, we had the split thing, like me and Duke had. Just a bathroom in the middle.
Yeah, because I remember Dave's toilet would constantly flush. It wouldn't stop. It'd be a constant flush. It was loud as hell.
Oh, yeah, dude. I remember that.
And I remember him making a complaint. It took him like 2 months to fix.
You couldn't drop anything in there or it would just get sucked down. Yeah. Like,
it was good if you were going to the bathroom, but other than that, it was fucking terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't fix shit in those barracks.
But yeah, so that happens, right? So I'm living in the barracks now, and then I finally have to deal with the fact of at some point I have to go turn in my house back into the Marine Corps.
Mm-hmm.
So I dreaded it for a couple of weeks, and then finally I was like, all right, it's time for me to go check this out. So, and this whole time, I don't have a meal card, right? Because technically I have on-base housing, and I live in a house, and fucking all this other bullshit. I live in a house, they're not giving me a meal card, I get extra money on my check for food or whatever. So I'm like, fuck, dude. So I have to pay for sandwiches at the chow hall. I'm living off of frozen chicken patties I can heat up in the microwave. So I finally end up going to the house, and I remember walking into the front door and everything is gone. All the furniture I paid for, everything fucking gone, The only thing that's left is like 2 garbage bags in the garage and a washer in the backyard.
Jesus, man.
Yeah, so I spent like a week, cleaning everything, and she left like the AC and all the lights on. So I had like a $600 electric bill that I had to pay. And then, so I cleaned that house out, turned it back in. And then it was like, at that point in time, it was hard because I still didn't know if my son was mine or not.
Right. Yeah, to say you never got that answer.
Still trying to figure that out. And then finally we're like, all right, we're going to go to LabCorp and, do a paternity test. So I'm like, okay. So we do a paternity test. Turns out that he is mine. But now... So now I got to figure out, like, how am I supposed to take care of a kid on, living in the barracks, making $500 a paycheck. So I'm like, I don't know what to fucking do. Right. So I'd save up. It was every other weekend I'd get the kids. And I'd save up enough money to get a hotel room for the weekend. I'd drive out to Oceanside, California from 29 Palms. I'd spend the weekend in a hotel room to see my kids. And then it was like, at that point in time, I had no money to do anything else. So we'd go to the mall, and like we'd walk around and be like, oh, that's cool. Like, this is cool too. I'm like, yeah, we can't buy anything, but we can look around. And then I had a 1-bedroom hotel room that I'd have with both of my kids, trying to like put up a pack and play so my son can sleep in it because he was a newborn. And then my 3-year-old daughter at the time, trying to get that stuff kind of figured out. I remember the last time I saw my kids before I got out of the Marine Corps. I remember my ex-wife telling me, she's like, hey, why don't you stay in? And I was like, I don't want to do that. Like, I want to do something else. She's like, you're not going to make it outside. Like, you're not going to make it outside the military, so you should just stay in. So that kind of...
What a fucking thing to say.
Why would she say that? Man.
So that kind of pissed me off.
Yeah. He'd obviously worked jobs before the military.
Yes.
That's just an ignorant ass fucking thing to say to somebody.
Yeah, so at that point in time, I was determined. I was like, all right, like, fuck you. Like, I'm going to prove you wrong. I'm going to do something. Whatever it is, right? So at that point, I started looking, right? I was like, I got to come up with a job. I was like, I got to figure out a career before I get out. And it's funny because the last thing I wanted to do was be a cop. Based off of like how I grew up and stuff like that, I was like, dude, fuck the police. Like, I don't want to do that shit. So finally at the end, I was like, all right, like, fuck it. Like, they carry guns every day. It could be cool. So fuck it. Like, I'll join the police department. So I remember coming home on leave before I got out of the Marine Corps and like driving, because it's one of those things, like, you don't know how to do it. Like, nobody tells you how to do it. With the military, it's easy.
Yeah.
Because there's a recruiting office for it. Any other job.
Right. And they kind of do everything for you.
With any other job, you can just walk in and be like, hey, this is, are you guys hiring? Like, what do I need to do? You set up a thing. So, like, I drove around to different police stations. Like, and like, either nobody was there or I couldn't find anybody. So I'm like, I don't know what to fucking do. So finally I follow a cop. Like, I see a cop and I'm going to follow him, which is probably a bad idea.
Yeah. So like, holy fuck.
I follow this cop all the way back to his station, and I get out and I'm like, hey bro, like, I'm getting out of the Marine Corps and I want to be a cop, but I don't know what to fucking do. And bless this dude's heart. I don't know who he is right now, but he was golden for doing what he did. But he took me up to his office and he's like, all right, you need to do this, this, and this, and take this test and all this other stuff, right? So I had to take an NPOST test, which is like it's like a common sense test for the most part, right? Like, it just kind of tests like basic math, reading, writing. stuff like that. So I take the InPost test.
Make sure you're not a complete dumbass.
Not a complete dumbass, but pretty damn close because I barely passed.
Nope.
So I put an application in. It was West Valley Police Department at the time because that's kind of where I grew up. And I knew a lot of shit happened there. So I'm like, if I'm going to do this, I want to do it where the most stuff is happening. So I put an application in for West Valley. And then somebody told me something about Salt Lake. They're like, hey, you should put in for Salt Lake. So I'm like, okay. So I put an application in for Salt Lake. Salt Lake Police Department gets back to me first before West Valley. So I'm like, okay, I guess I'm going to Salt Lake now. So I'm like, okay, yeah, let's do it. Right, so I came home from my last appointment, I think in October. And then I got out of the Marine Corps in March and then joined the police academy in July.
Damn.
So super fast turnaround. I didn't even know how to be a normal human being yet. So between that small period, right, between March and July, I was like, I still need to, paycheck stopped coming in. Like, I need to supplement this and I need to get a job. I was like, I don't know what to fucking do, right? I talked with Skyler. He's like, hey, I know somebody's got a construction business. If you want to work there, you can. They'll hire you. And I was like, okay, cool. Like, I'll do it. All right, so and this is when I find out about all the polygamy stuff because this construction company was half owned by the polygamous cult that Skyler grew up with.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Damn, I didn't know that.
So that was pretty wicked, right? So I started out making $11 an hour digging holes with a shovel. So I'd fucking dig holes. The first week I was there, I pulled the ligaments in my arm. So I couldn't close my hand. And like I didn't know what to do, right? So I ended up going doing a workers' comp thing. They gave me a little wrist brace. I'm like, all right, cool. Like I guess I'll go back to work. I got a wrist brace on. I can still dig holes. So I ended up digging holes forever, right? They finally put me on the hydrovac crew. So it was like a directional drilling for fiber optic internet. So we just directionally drill under a bunch of stuff, and then we pull back conduit to run fiber optic internet cables through. So I did a lot of that. I got promoted to a hydrovac team lead, which is funny because it goes back to the whole Marine Corps thing, where it's with this job I showed up, they told me to do something, I did it, and that was it. I show up every day and they're like, you're the best employee we've ever had, because they hire a bunch of fucking ex-cons and felons and all this stuff, so dudes aren't reliable.
Well, yeah, I've started to see a lot of similar things. Just trying out different jobs in different fields. Yeah, the quality of worker is getting lower and lower. I talked to my good friend of mine who was he was in the Army. He was a Ranger, and he talks about the same type of thing where he works at a factory, and all he did was say, he showed up, he worked hard, he didn't say anything, he'd stay a little bit later each day, and then he got promoted 4 times within a year because they're like, who is this guy? Because everyone else they're dealing with is, showing up late, they're bitching about everything, they're, taking 30 minutes in the fucking bathroom.
Yeah, it's you put in the minimal work. I mean, not the minimal work, but you do the things that just seem like second nature. Showing up on time, doing what you need to do, not bitching, and knocking it out. And like you said, both of you guys have said, it's sad to think that it's hard to come by somebody that can't do all those things on a day-to-day basis. It's the easiest. Yeah,
that's it's not hard, right? It's not hard to be successful in whatever fucking profession you join, right? If you show up on time, you do what you're told to do, and they're like, you're a fucking perfect employee. You're
You
getting
are
a raise.
fantastic.
Yeah, so it was like I got a raise, and I was in charge of this hydrovac crew, and I had no idea what the fuck I was doing. Right? I've never worked construction in my life. Like, I don't know what the fuck's going on. Right? So, me being me, not knowing what I'm doing, I'm like, you know who'd be fun to work with? Fucking John and Skylar. So I'm like hitting them up, dude, like texting them, like, dude, you guys got to come do this. So Skylar comes first, right? And like he starts out like I did. He's digging holes. And then he gets promoted pretty quick. And I'm like, they're like, hey, we want to make you the hydrovac lead. I'm like, okay. If you're going to make me the lead, I want Skylar because he has a CDL and he can drive this thing around. They're like, okay. Like, you're a great employee. We'll give you what you want. And like, dude, the shenanigans began, right? Like we did what we were supposed to do every day, right? Like, don't get me wrong. We would only fuck around after everything was done. But then after that, dude, it was the funnest side job I've ever had. Like, we had so much fun.
I can imagine.
Dude. And then like once John started, he dug holes for one day, and then we're like, we want John. You're gonna come work with us. We didn't even tell anybody. We said, John, get in the fucking truck. And they're like, okay, John's part of the crew now. Right? And it was like, oh, dude, it was so much fun. We'd like fucking drilling potholes, like in the middle of this road, shutting down traffic, not caring about anything in the world. I'm like, fuck you. I'm here for a reason. You know, I had this big long sprayer with water, like cutting, making a bunch of mud and sucking it out with the hydrovac. But the funniest part, so where the polygamous stuff comes into play was my boss when I first started, he was one of the polygamous cult members, and he would drive from the warehouse to the job site every day, and I'd just hitch a ride, right? Because he drive a company truck. So we get the truck ready to go, and I would brew a coffee in the morning, and I'd take a bunch of wild turkey and I'd pour it into my coffee. Right? I wouldn't drink it yet. I'd drive to work and I'd make him drive me to the site. And because he didn't know what alcohol was, right? He never smelt it. He never drank it. He didn't know what it tastes like. So I just fucking start slamming wild turkey and coffee in the morning on the way to the job site as he drove me there. And just fucking.
He had he just had no smell for it or anything because he lived his whole life in the cold, basically.
Yeah, I mean, he had no idea. I remember one day he asked me, he's like, "Hey, dude, like, what is it?"
I could
He's like, "What does it mean when you make a strong drink?" Like, he asked me that. He's like, "What does it mean to make a strong drink?" I was like, "Oh, you put more alcohol in it." He's like, "Oh."
Yeah.
Like, he had no idea. So, like, yeah, like, unless it was in a bottle that said alcohol, like, he'd have no idea. So I did it all the time. Shitbag move on my part, right? But I didn't care a whole lot at the time. It was fun as shit. I mean, like, I remember we had two deaf dudes. Like, dudes that were one was deaf but could kind of talk, and one was like completely fucking deaf. And then we ended up hiring another deaf dude who was like blind, so he wore these big goggles, like Coke bottle glasses. We called him the Ace Pilot. But they'd show us like all the bad words to say in sign language.
It's one thing to call him a pilot of any type, but to call him a ace at the craft.
But no, it was funny. We'd be across the street, like swearing at the deaf dudes. And then it looked like we were about to have a gang fight, like throwing up all these hand signals, swearing at each other in sign language. Oh, dude, it was fun as shit. Like, we had so where the cult comes into play, right? So we up north of Salt Lake, there's a place called Farmington, smaller town, kind of like God's country. And a lot of, correct, I might be wrong, but a lot of the the holy grounds for these cults are like up north in Farmington in that area. But this one of the dudes, so the dude who is the manager of this construction company, he had an apple orchard up there in Farmington. And for us, so like when we suck up a bunch of stuff with the hydrovac, it's all mud, rocks, water, and all this other stuff. We can't just dump it wherever we want. We have to go to a specific place. So we'd have to dump it at a landfill, and we have to pay money for it. But this dude's like, no, just dump it at the apple orchard. Little did I know, like, it's cheaper for him, illegal as shit, but we did it anyways because that's what we were told to do. So we drive it up there, but it was crazy, like fucking 15 kids running around, on this apple orchard, picking apples and doing all this stuff. And then like there was one dude there, I don't know his name, bless his heart, but we called him Leather Mitts. Because his hands were stuck like a claw, and they were calloused. Like his whole hand was a fucking callus. One leg was.
Imagine getting 5-star by that thing.
From grabbing apples?
I have no idea why. But like, and then like one leg was shorter than the other, so he kind of walked all fucking weird. Like, and then he had his claw hands. Right, they didn't move.
I was going to say, I was hoping we could find the source of it so we could warn the listeners.
That dude's a good bunch of jokes waiting to happen.
A couple of good stories about the orchard, right? So we'd go dump our hydrovac there. One time, so they have this big greenhouse right next to the apple orchard where we dump. Then they have a water spigot that we fill up our thing with. And it was like 200, 300 gallons of water we'd fill it with. So it took a while, right? Long story short, one of my boots brought a porn star to the Marine Corps ball. Alyssa Cole.
Shit.
Never forget that name. But I think it was Estrada.
Yeah.
Did you do some research?
I could back up this statement. It was quite a big event, or quite a big stunt this young man pulled. He went to high school. I think it was in Colorado, but he went to high school with a woman who got into the porn industry, and then he invited her to the Marine Corps ball, which is for the listeners, it's a very fancy event, formal event. People bring their wives and loved ones, but this young guy, he brought a porn star that he went to high school with, and it was the talk of the night.
Well, that's good on him, man. He was a scrawny dude, but the Marine Corps dress blues are the best looking uniform out of all the military. 100%.
That's right. It's all
nice
you need
fancy
sometimes.
coat, blue pants. If you're an NCO, you get the blood stripe, all your medals on your chest.
Never helped me very much.
Good looking uniform, right? And this dude brings a porn star to the ball. No idea how he pulled it off or what he had to say, right? And the funniest part is this kid was a virgin prior to this. He was a virgin, bringing a porn star to the Marine Corps ball, right? So now that we got that out of the way, we're dumping this hydrovac at the polygamous farm. They're very...
well, real quick. Did he tell you how he pulled this off?
He said he hit her up, and she said yes, and that was it. Great. Like, I shook her hand. I was the first famous person I've ever shook a hand with.
Who knows what's
exactly?
In
My hand stuck to hers for like a minute. Couldn't get it off.
Oh, you can know. You could find out what's been in those hands with a quick search.
2 months ago, she won an anal award.
What's that trophy look like?
Just a big old butthole.
And there goes all our advertisement money.
Coors isn't sponsoring.
Yeah, we might have to cut that part.
But So yeah, he invites this porn star to the ball. Good for him, right? He loses his virginity that night. Obviously,
We were all hyped.
Imagine if he didn't.
He was an assaultman too.
Yeah, hats off to him.
It was our own
Good on
section.
him, man. Super stoked. It's a terrible video, but dude. No, I didn't watch it. I don't know if they made it. But so we're dumping our hydrovac at this apple orchard, right? And the family that's there is very conservative, right? All the females there wear dresses down to their ankles. They don't swear, like they don't talk about sex. Like it's a very strict form of living over there, right? I can't speak for all of them, but from what I've observed, this is what it is. So it's me, John, and Skylar, right? A dream team for clean humor. And there's a big greenhouse to where we dump off our foliage and nasty stuff from the hydrovac, right? We didn't know this at the time, but the dude's wife, the manager, part owner of this construction company, his wife is in the greenhouse watering plants. And we start talking about how this guy brought a porn star to the Marine Corps ball. And, we're talking about it. It's funny. We're laughing. John, bless his heart, talks really fucking loud, right? Because he can't hear because all he did was shoot machine guns for 4 years. Talking super loud, man. And he's like, yeah, like I watched a bunch of her videos and so everyone did research beforehand. Right. And he's like, yeah, when she came up to shake my hand, all I could think was, holy fuck, you have a dark asshole. He said it loud, right? This dude's wife comes out of the greenhouse and her face is bright red. And we knew exactly that she heard our whole conversation, and she just kind of waves at us and smiles, and her face is bright fucking red. We're like, oh no.
And she said
what a comment to make. Yeah, she's like, I know what he's talking about. I seen him too.
My husband's got a dark one. But holy shit, dude, we laughed about that for days. Oh my god!
Oh man, I bet.
The other significant apple orchard story was so me and another guy, his name is Mike. I don't get too much into him, but a good friend of mine, great dude. So we're getting ready to dump it, right? So when you pull into this apple orchard farm, right, there's a dirt.
Greenfield, we had a nice sponsor with Make-A-Wish Foundation that we just fucking lost.
What if his wish is to see?
Yeah, they said the dark hole comment.
His wish was to see a dark hole. He didn't see which one.
Oh,
he knows where to look now.
So,
oh man, I just lost the cork to that bottle.
Yeah.
Means I got to finish it
around over there.
So I pulled the cork off. That bottle went flying around the room.
It hurt it as soon as you popped it. Or dark hole.
Yeah.
Disappeared.
She's free.
But so as you pull in, there's a big dirt road that goes down and then it hooks left. And then there's apple trees that grow over the dirt road. Right? So it looks kind of creepy. So we're pulling in and we're trying to back up this hydrovac trailer to the right. So that's where we dump it. As we're doing that, Leather Mitts comes out from around the corner and starts walking towards our truck. And I felt like I was in a horror movie. His hands are all crunched up like this, and big old meat claws. He's got one leg shorter than the other, so he's kind of got a gimp, and he's walking with a goddamn purpose. So I start smacking my friend who's driving the truck. I said, hurry the fuck up, he's going to kill us. like trying to hurry the hell up. I thought we were going to get ripped apart.
Yeah, he gets his hands on your
doing?
neck, you're done.
We start. I have
was he
no
up to,
idea.
you
So
think?
he apparently likes to work.
he's like, I wasn't waiting to find out.
We'd spread rumors about him, you know.
I thought maybe he would yell something like, "I would have killed you if you didn't drive away."
I could just get these hands
Your
on
skin
you.
would make a nice lampshade. But so we like Skylar and I would spread rumors about him to other people, which was hilarious, right? We would be like, one time I saw Leather Mitts pull a whole engine out of a car with his 2 hands. No crane, nothing. He loosened the tightest bolt off with his bare hands, like just dumb stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Just spreading them around. But fucking hell, man.
Get a fucking grip on him.
It was hilarious. It was so
Leather Mitts. That's a good name,
Leather
man.
Mitts, man, bless his heart. And he like talked kind of slow. We tried to talk to him one time. That didn't work out too well. We're like, hey, man, what do you like to do for fun? He's like, I work on cars. I'm like, cool. Like,
Yeah. I like to bend spoons.
yeah. Yeah. I like to choke puppies. Something else, man.
That was you remember Richard
Corporal Richard?
Greenfield? Yeah. They had the running thing that he used to eat people or eat corpses.
Oh, he gives me the Dahmer vibes.
Yeah, dude, I could see it after I heard it. I was like, I buy that.
Holy shit.
Imagine that floating around about you. Yeah, that guy eats people.
That's my favorite thing to do at work. It's like spread rumors that like they sound kind of true, but then not really at the same time. But they're not like career ending.
Those are the best
like
ones.
career ending rumors, you know. Like, one time I saw this guy pick up 100-pound dumbbells by the rubber ends and walk around with them. It's the craziest thing you've ever seen. And people believe him.
Yeah, because they're like, why would somebody make that up?
So that happens, right? So now we get into the dark stuff. So when I ended up going to like a New Year's Eve party with my sister and her fiance at the time, get pretty wrecked, right? It was a fun party. They had a good time. It was a great time, right? But we're riding home, and he has a little 1/2-ton pickup truck, a little Dodge Ram pickup truck, 1500, and I'm in the back seat. So when we drive to post in Syria, we drive in a Toyota Hilux. And for some reason, we hit a weird bump, and I hit the bump, and I look out the window, and the only thing I see is fucking sand. And it scared the ever-living shit out of me. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what I was seeing. I was like, this is insane. Like, all I saw was sand, and I thought I was driving to post. And I was wide awake and conscious. It wasn't a dream or anything like that. I remember, we get home, staying with my sister at the time while I was working this construction gig. And, I get out of the car. I call my girlfriend at the time, and I'm fucking bawling. And I'm like, I don't know where I am. I don't know what's going on. And I'm scared. And I don't know what the hell to do. She's freaking out because she's like, what the fuck are you talking about, right? Because I'm drunk and I'm blubbering all over the place. I don't know what's going on. She's like, I don't know what you're saying. So finally I end up hanging up the phone. And I had finally I was like, you know what? I'm fucking done. It's like, I don't have a purpose. I don't know what I'm doing. Like my kids are with somebody else. Some other dude's raising my kids and being a father. So all those bad, dark things came in at that time. And I was like, I'm done. Right. So I go back into my room, the small little room that I have. I grab my little M&P shield at the time, and I was ready to go. and then I pulled the trigger, and it was the loudest click I've ever heard. I could feel it vibrate through my whole body. And then it was like, all right, it's not my time. Threw it back into the holster, put it in the drawer, and then I went to bed. But that was one of the scariest things I've ever seen or dealt with at the time. Like, and it kind of pissed me off a little bit, because it was like I felt like I didn't have the right to do something like that. Like I wasn't in a crazy combat zone. I didn't have a bunch of my friends die. I didn't see that yet. I didn't know what it was like. But here I am, dealing with those thoughts, and it pissed me off, because it was like I felt like I didn't deserve that. I didn't own that right to be that sad about something. And I didn't know how to deal with it, right? So I just kept my mouth shut. I didn't talk to anybody about it, which was number one, man. Like, for anybody listening, like, if something like that enters your brain, you got to talk to somebody about it. So that's the only way to deal with it. You don't do a mission alone. Yeah. So why deal with those alone?
Yeah, 100%, man. Just a phone call sometimes to somebody and shooting the shit is all it'll take to walk you off a ledge if you just bullshitting, man. Just having a couple laughs like we just did about a funny story, that'll come up or something, man.
Anybody who ends up listening to this, like, hit me up on Facebook, Instagram, get my personal number, and I'd be more than happy to chat your ear off whenever, because nobody needs to deal with that alone. It's a big thing. Like, you don't do a mission alone. You don't clear a room alone. Like, why would you deal with that alone? It's not how it works. So that was a big one, right? And it was,
and we definitely, I definitely appreciate you being willing to share something like that.
Yeah,
with us and to just anyone who's listening, because it is true. Everyone kind of says, don't do it alone, reach out to somebody, but a lot of people have just gone through it and ridden out the storm by themselves, and come out on the other side stronger and wanting to help other people that just haven't got there yet. Someone might be 16 years old, just be like, what the fuck are these guys talking about? And then you might have that moment somewhere down the line.
No, it's a real thing, man. I wish it was funny, because like when I first started having those kinds of feelings, I was like, I don't want to be a pussy. I don't want to talk to somebody about it, because then they'll think I'm weak. And like, in reality, that's not the case, right? Especially like the people who listen to this, like, because we're all like-minded individuals. That's why we're doing this in the first place. And that's not what it's for. Like, fucking talk to somebody. Talk to somebody new. Talk to somebody else. Talk to a professional. Who cares, right? At least get it off your chest, because I had so much built-up stuff that I never talked to anybody about. And that's where it led to, because I didn't reach out. I mean, someone was on my side that day, and I'm grateful for it. But now I'm in the predicament, or not the predicament, but now I'm in the blessing that I have, and I wouldn't be here. And I'm grateful for it. I'm grateful for you guys. I'm grateful for the dudes that we have. And the goal is to do stuff like this to relieve that pressure that's built up, so that way it doesn't happen again.
Yeah. And then, there's, I've had times too where I've been in a pretty dark place, and I think one of the biggest issues with it is if you start going down a dark place, you almost like don't want to talk to anybody, and then you start like kind of tunnel vision in it, and you're like, fuck it, like you don't want to have that conversation. You don't want to go out there and talk to somebody about it. And it's like, if you like you just said, man, the life you have now, it's like, it's so hard to retrospect and think about all of the good things that can be when there's so much bad shit in your mind. You know, it's like, you know, for me, for example, too, like I got a family now. I have a daughter on the way, and so many good things. And it's like, there's times in your life though where you don't have those things that you can't even like imagine the life ahead of you. And to get tunnel vision, like you said, man, reach out to a buddy, reach out to somebody, because it's definitely not the way to go. It's so much life, and you only got one life. So, you know, good, bad, shitty, whatever it is, live it, because it could fucking turn around in a day. It could turn around in an hour and turn into something that you never thought you would have.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing to end this topic of conversation for now. Like I had every excuse to be a shithead. I had every excuse to end up in prison and to use my childhood as an excuse for someone to feel bad for me or to get away with things that are not right. I chose a different path, and it's possible, right? I chose a different path to do good things and to try to do my best, right? They're not all good things. I've understood that, and I'm willing to have that conversation with my maker when the time comes to be. But in the end, it's like, prove somebody wrong. That's what it comes down to. My drive and motivation for it in the beginning was to prove my ex-wife wrong. I was like, fuck you. I'm going to prove you wrong.
All right.
You don't think I can make it outside, and I'm going to prove you wrong, and I'm going to be successful. You know, same thing. My grandpa at the time, like, bro, bless his heart, man, he was only trying to do what was right. But like, I'd bring home a report card with straight A's on it, and he'd look at me and be like, I didn't think you could do it. And I'd be like, you know what? Fuck you. I'm going to prove you wrong. So I do that every day.
Right.
Every day I wake up and be like, all right, I'm going to prove somebody wrong today.
A chip on the shoulder can go a long way.
I mean, you are the walking example, man, that it's people tend to use those things as excuses to be bad people or to do things, but look at your life, look at who you are, look at the things you've accomplished. Like, there is no fucking excuse, man. You can take your life and turn it into what you want it to be, and you've done that. And that could be the motivation for somebody listening to what you have to say, to be like, yeah, I can fucking take control of my own life and turn this shit around and do whatever the fuck I want with it, instead of being like, I'm fucked, I got this, and this is why I'm fucking like this. And, you know, it's a good message to get out there, brother. So I appreciate you.
That's why I was so fucking excited to do this. Was now, like, you guys have created the platform for me to finally get my story out there. And if it changes one life, I'm fucking good with that, man. Or like, if it changes somebody, or if somebody listens to this on their way into work and they dread it, they're like, you know what, fuck it, I'm going to prove somebody wrong. I've done my mission. Like, I'm grateful for that.
Yeah.
So
that's awesome, man. We're glad to have you on here, and it's you know, it's very true and a testament to who you are, that a lot of people could you know would end up locked up or, you know, addicted to drugs or something, and then they'd say like, oh well, it makes sense because, you know, look at the parents that raised them, you know, and it's, you kind of just would accept the cycle to continue, you know, when you look at the outside looking in. But in your story, you know, you completely change the cycle. You change the pattern of, you know, the story of your family. So that's a big reason we wanted to have you on here. We didn't know the full story and the details, but we knew you could be someone that we could learn from, and other people could probably learn from as well.
I'm grateful you guys have given me this opportunity. So, and it's always good chatting with the boys. Too damn long.
Yeah, man. That's a good time. I know. Yeah. And it also, you know, for selfish reasons for us, it's nice to be able to do this with the fellas and sit down and have an excuse to fucking sit down and have a long conversation and talk about probably things that we wouldn't just talk about unless there was a you know, a Discord and a time to talk about it, because, you know, sometimes it's easier just to shoot the shit about, you know, the fucking ball game or whatever the fuck is going on, instead of actually talking about shit that matters, because that's just who people are as people. You know, you don't want to get on the phone and fucking be like, hey man, well, you know, what went on? Yeah. What's going on? You know, and start digging down. And it's important to get that shit out there though, and talk about it, and to throw that story out to the public, man. People need to fucking hear this.
Yeah, there's been probably at least 3 or 4 times after the Marine Corps where I've shit my pants in public, and I haven't got the chance to tell you guys the full story about it all.
Yeah, no, and that's why
it'd be a separate podcast.
I shit my pants during
that's why, like, when I told you in the beginning, like, the goal is to be as fucking open as I can be, right? Because there might be one dude, right, whether he's, you know, one of the people we know or one of the people we don't. Like, one day when this blows up, you know, and he listens back to the first couple of podcasts, it's like, I hope this reaches out to that person and makes a difference.
Yeah.
Cool.
And it will, man. It will. There's going to be somebody that hears this and might have a similar life experience as you and be like, you know what? This guy figured it out. I can figure it out.
Yeah.
You know,
but you don't have to join the Marine Corps and go to 29 Palms in order to be successful.
You can join the Marine Corps and go to Pendleton.
Oh, got him.
Well, no, I meant we want to hear about what you're doing now. How'd you got into?
Yeah, what's going on now, brother?
You guys were living it up with the construction job, just a bunch of guys fucking around. It sounds like.
So,
I'm gonna check the quality of those roads and fiber optic holes in Salt Lake City.
Last construction story, and then we'll change it. There was one time, Skylar, John, and I were drilling into a pretty big road. It's like a big road, comes off the highway, goes right through the middle of downtown Salt Lake. My job at the time was like, I need to drill a pothole, and our drill bit was about 8 to 12 inches in 8 to 12 inches in diameter, so big hole. So we drill into this hole, and then we move the piece of asphalt out, and then we drill and suck up all the mud to try to find the power lines, like the power and the gas lines. So we're doing that, trying to find the power line so we can drill underneath this road and not hit the power line to pull fiber optic internet. So we're drilling in there. Skylar's got this giant fucking rod, like 10-foot rod that we used to break up concrete with, and he's jamming it into these rocks. It ends up getting stuck. Me and him are trying to pull it out. My friend John's spraying it with water. Well, when we pull it out, we hit the power line. Yeah, that rod was stuck in the power line. We were trying to pull it out, and John was spraying it with water. Yeah.
Oh my god.
We looked down in there, and you could see like the copper pieces going through. And then we did the old sand monster. We didn't tell anybody about it and filled it back up.
That's right. Sand hides all.
So my application to the police department has been started at this point, right? So I as soon as I got out of the Marine Corps and came back, I ran the PT test, which was super easy, right? It's like pull-ups, a jump, a vertical jump, a 1.5 mile run.
A jump?
Oh shit! Was that for like hopping fences and shit?
I guess so. Like, it's not hard, right? So I do really good on the PT test. They do veterans assistance, like veterans preference points, so you get extra points on your resume for being a veteran. So I submit my DD 214, and then, like, you know, then some but you have to do this big, long background investigation. So I got to write down like my fucking neighbors that I've never talked to before and their phone numbers and contact information, and all the stuff. My last 3 residences I've lived in the last 10 years, like weird shit like that, right? And then some detective shows up to my house, right? So he shows up to my house. We do an interview. He's like, "Can I look through your phone?" I'm like, "Yeah, I got nothing to hide. You can look through my phone." Note to self: clear your phones. So I do that, and he's like, "All right, cool." And then you go take.
I've always said I was just gonna say, I've always said if I go down someday, just cast my phone into the fire.
Lose your phone in a fishing boat accident. But so, he does the whole thing, right? He's like, "All right, you're cool. I have to go take some more tests." So I remember like sitting down. There's like a screen who like plays a little video, and it was like, "What would you do?" There's like a bunch of things. It's like, for example, it's like, "Oh, there's a hobo having a seizure." And his hobo friends are like, "Yeah, he's like this all the time." And it's like, "What do you do?" And it's like, "Shoot him, call for medical, go away." And it's pretty fucking basic test, right? Like, call for medical to check him out, kind of shit.
Call for medical is obviously move.
I do that test. I go to psych, right? They do a psych eval. I talk with a psychiatrist. So I had filled out a pamphlet beforehand. So they ask you a bunch of questions, and I got red flagged. So they flagged me for a couple of answers that I had. So I had to go talk to the psych about it. And he's like, "What does it mean when you feel like you're going to get so mad you're going to explode?" And I was like, "What do you fucking mean?" I was like, I was a squad leader in the Marine Corps under a bunch of 17-year-old fucking assholes. Yeah, I felt like I was going to explode. Like, what do you expect? Okay. Writes on his fucking thing. Okay. It says, "You feel like you can have a couple of drinks after a long, hard days of work." And I was like, "So does every goddamn American. Like, you communist piece of shit."
Yeah.
Writes on his fucking notepad.
I don't think I can. I need to.
The note he took is, "I am a communist piece of shit." Note to self: have some drinks after work.
Relax. So I get popped for a couple of those, right? And then the list comes out, right? So at the time when I started, we had like 120 applicants, and they only do classes of like 25 at the time. So I made the top 15, right? So I was like, "Oh, fuck yeah, like let's do it," right? Mainly, I think the veterans preference points helped me a lot. Dukes. Nothing. All right.
What'd you say? I missed it.
No, it froze for a second.
Yeah, froze for a second.
Said the veterans preference points helped me out a lot, and then your guys' faces stayed still, so I went Dukes. Nothing. All right, cool. Tough crowd.
Yeah. Tough crowd.
But
hey, how about that airline food?
It's like Kenyan food. Nobody gets it. All right. Kenya's rolled out as a sponsor.
That was fucking good.
The only reason I remember that is because when I came down for your wedding and I got real drunk and did stand up around the campfire, that's the first joke I said.
That was so good. That fucking stand up was the shit.
That was
a fun time, man.
So yeah, next thing I know, like I'm doing the thing, right? So I'm heading to the academy, right? So day one, I show up, I don't know what's going on, right? Like, and I just got out of the Marine Corps, and all I could take with me is whatever I could fit in my Challenger, right? Because I did the boot thing. I bought a Challenger. It wasn't at like 13% interest rate. I got a decent deal. It was off base. So it was whatever I could fit in my Challenger, right? So I got like a couple pairs of clothes, some shit I did construction in. And then they're like, "Hey, you need to dress in like a button-up shirt and jeans, or like dress clothes," right? So I had like jeans and a shitty button-up. And I show up to the academy. And so I'm like doing the thing in the academy, right? And like trying to do my best, doing whatever I can do. We're PT every day. It's not too hard, especially if you've been in the military. Like the academy here in Utah, it's not bad. Like, it's simple, right? They tell you what to do, they give you the answers, and you do the thing. And I remember like the second weekend, they're like, Greenfield, do you have any other fucking shirts? Because I wore the same shirt every day because I had no other clothes. So I ended up going to like the DI, which is like a thrift store, trying to buy some fucking button-up shirts. So I didn't look like a bum every day.
Oh, shit.
So I do that, right? So I'm doing the thing. The academy goes decently well.
They didn't give you anything to wear? Like,
So they do, but
uniform?
you kind of have to earn it, right? So the first few weeks you're in there, you wear personal clothes, right? Until you earn the right to. It's like boot camp.
Okay.
Then you earn the right to wear your uniform. You know, you got your slacks and your button-up shirt and your tie and a tie clasp and your stuff, your name tag or whatever. So one of my buddies, who is academy instructor at the time, now he's the sergeant over the training unit. Super good dude. He was a scout sniper in the Marine Corps back in the day. Like, did some gangster shit. But I remember like when we first got our uniforms, and I was like, hey, like, what's the measurements? Like, where do I need to put my stuff? Like, yeah. And he's like, nah, I just kind of fucking eyeball it. I'm like, what the fuck? I was like, there's no way. It's like, I don't put my name tag 1/8 inch above the center pocket. Like, what are you talking about? He's like, no, you just fucking eyeball it. I'm like, all right, I guess I'll do the thing, right? So academy goes good. I do decently well in the academy. I ended up getting the PT award for physical fitness, which wasn't super hard, man. It was like, yeah, it was the 1.5 mile run, push-ups, the jump, and like a couple of other things. So it wasn't too hard. Then we start FTO, right? So field training officer. So the field training program. And in the academy, they make it seem like every time you stop and talk to somebody, they're going to fucking shoot you, right? So they have these blue 9mm Glocks that are sim guns. So they run simunitions. So it's like a paintball round pretty much. And then you wear like a paintball face mask. So like when you're doing a scenario and they have you put the mask on, you're like, oh, I'm going to fucking shoot somebody. And that was my favorite part, because it's like you draw out, you start shooting. Like, I feel like John Wick, you know, fucking drawing out, doing the thing. Like, this is great. And then so I hit FTO, so field training officer. And I remember the first dude I ever arrested. And it pisses me off because I was kind of a pussy. Like, I was scared. I was like, this dude's going to shoot me. It was like the first dude I ever arrested. And it was like some bum trespassing under a no trespass sign with some warrants. So I'm like, all right, here we go. Like, I'm with my FTO, my field training officer. He's teaching me how, it's like on the job training. So I'm like sitting there and I'm like, okay, here we go. I'm like, yeah, we're going to take this dude to jail. I'm like, oh shit. And they said, this guy's going to fight or he's going to try to kill me. Like, those are the only two options he's going to do. We get up there and they're like, all right, bro, put your hands behind your back. And he stands up, he puts his hands behind his back, and he turns around. I'm like, what the fuck? And then we handcuff him. I'm like, what the fuck is this? I thought he was going to kill me. Yeah, so like FTO goes good. It's 6 months of academy training and about 6 months of FTO. So it's a year's worth of training before you finally hit the street on your own. So like a lot of training goes into it. Man. I didn't get into a fight until my last day of FTO. Like, I've never fought another person who was trying to evade or resist arrest until my very last day and the very last call that I had.
How'd that situation
So we were at a
play out?
Home Depot, right? Home Depot calls us because the dude's trying to shoplift like a circular saw. Something real stupid, right? So we get there. I'm talking with the dude. He's like, no, I wasn't trying to steal it. The security device was coming off, so I took it off. And under the state statute at the time, that constitute any tampering with the security device constitutes a theft of that place, right? I may be wrong. It might have changed.
Right.
Yeah, why would you even mess with it? I would just grab a different one off the shelf.
Right. But in this case,
You're
that's
right.
not that wasn't the case. So We're like, okay. So I'm like, hey, bro. So I'm trying to talk to him like a normal person. I'm like, hey, bro, like, let's go back to the security office and let's chat about this. Let's figure it out. He's like, no, I'm not going. And I'm like, oh shit. This is first time somebody's told me no. Like, I don't know what's going on. I'm like, okay.
Right.
Like, hey, bro, like, you need to come back there with us because you're not free to leave. Like, he's detained at this time. I have no probable cause to believe that he is interfering with or trying to attempt to steal this merchandise. So I'm like, okay. I'm like, hey, buddy, like, let's go. He's like, no, I'm not going. So I'm like, fuck. So I've never fought somebody before. So I'm like, I don't know what's going on. So I'm like, okay. I'm like, hey, Bo, put your hands behind your back. And he's like, no. I'm like, fuck. And I'm 5'5", 160, right? This dude's like 6'2". And I'm like, holy shit. So I'm like, all right, buddy, go ahead and put your hands behind your back. And I grab onto his arm, and then he just starts tensing up, and he's moving his hands all over the place. I'm like, oh, shit. So me and this other guy, who's also like 5'3", 5'4", right, trying to fight the 6'2" dude in the Home Depot. Like, we end up dumping him. We're like dragging him all over the floor, trying to get his hands behind his back. It's a fucking mess. And I finally get there, and I'm like, all right, come on.
Can we get a hold of those tapes? Throw up on the YouTube.
No tapes. I've sent you a couple, but you have to throw them up. Those are for later. But
Yeah.
so that was the first time I've ever had like any crazy conflict. But it turned out good. Nobody got hurt. The funniest part was I won't name his name because he's still in the department. But my primary FTO, right? So you have a primary field training officer, and then you bounce around between different ones throughout your time. And then when you're ready to be done, you go back to your primary, and he kind of grades you. So they call it a ghost week.
So you can go get different experiences from different officers.
So you go back to your primary for your ghost week, and that's like he's pretty much just like a ride along. Like he doesn't tell you how to do anything. You just do it, and then he grades you. So my FTO at the time, this is kind of old school, but he came in plain clothes. Like he didn't even have his fucking vest on. He had no police identifying markings. He came with a plain clothes, and then he wore a big badge that said ride along. So I'm like, fuck. All right, here we go. So like we're like fucking trying to wrap this dude up. We're fighting this dude. He comes up out of nowhere and starts punching him in the face. Right, starts wailing on this dude, right? Because he's still in cop mode. The best part was so after every use of force like that, we have to have a supervisor come and talk with the dude. So our supervisor comes up and talks with the dude, and he's like, yeah, man, those cops were manhandling me, and then some dude in plainclothes came up and just started punching me in the face. Like crying. And I was like, that was my FTO. Just wearing plainclothes, just wailing on this fucking dude.
Yeah, I wonder what people were thinking.
Probably.
You were probably on TikTok.
TikTok wasn't that big then.
About half a day.
I've been on the news a couple of times. Just saying. Yeah. Been
No shit.
It was funny. So like before that, right, mid FTO, I remember getting a call for a suicidal chick. She's like, I'm going to kill myself. My roommate left. He left his gun here. So we're like, oh shit. We're like, okay. So we show up, and I'm trying to call her on the phone. I'm like, hey, like come to the front door. Like, we want to help you. We want to make sure everything's okay. She doesn't want to talk to me. She's talking to our dispatchers. Then out of nowhere, our dispatcher's like, hey, she says the door's open if you want to come inside. We're like, well, fuck that. She's got a gun. She's probably barricaded in there, ready for us to kill her or to kill us. So then finally, like we're set up on the door. Dispatch is like, okay, she's coming to the front door. So I'm like, okay. I can see the knob turn, and I hear the click of the door, and the door opens. Right, there's this girl. She's probably like 18, 19, crying. Right, I can see she's got her hand up like this. So her left hand's up. She opens the door. I can see her left hand, and then I see her face. And then as she opens the door more, she's got a gun in her right hand. So I'm like, holy shit.
Was it
So
it's pointed at her?
It was
or
pointed
just
at
the
her,
ground?
right? So I didn't perceive that as a threat at the time. So then at that point, I was like, hey, like, big boy voice. I'm like, drop the gun, drop the gun. She ends up dropping it, and then we push into the apartment, pin her down, kick the gun away. But that was like the first time I've ever had that real big adrenaline, like somebody had a gun and they're 5 feet away from me.
Yeah.
So, right. So that's my FTO experience. So field training. And it's like dudes get recycled on that, man, because sometimes dudes can't hack it the first go around and they got to do more.
They can't. Yeah, they can't handle. Yeah, they're like.
No, the liability for it is so high. Those dudes, like they're representatives of the police department and the police in general, like not just of the state of Utah, but everywhere in the United States. So if they fuck something up, like not only are they going to pay for it, right? They may get charged criminally or whatever, but now I have to pay for it as a cop. Every time a cop fucks up throughout the United States, like I have to pay for it, even though I wasn't even involved. Like, I'm still paying.
Yeah, it's a worldwide thing.
So that wraps up my FTO, my field training officer, and then so we have shift bids, right? So we bid for the squad, right? And I'm a new guy. I don't know where to go. It's based off seniority. I'm at the bottom of the totem pole. I'm like, I don't have a lot of seniority. So like me and a couple of my academy buddies, one of my buddies, I won't name his name because he's still there, but awesome guy, right? Like he was in the Army beforehand, did like 10 years active duty. He's getting ready to retire, 20 years total with the Guard, went to Afghan, got blown up 4 times, like awesome dude. Gangster dude. But so I hit up with him and like, hey, let's bid for this squad, right? So we're working Rose Park, which is like the hood, graveyard shift, right? So we clock in at 9:30. We don't get done till 7 in the morning, just all night, right? And then that's where like shit pops up, like shit's going down. Half of this stuff doesn't even make the news. Like when I first started, like dudes were getting shot every weekend. Shot or stabbed. Like I worked Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and I was off Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And dudes were getting shot every fucking day. Dudes were getting shot and stabbed every day on the west side. And there was only like 6 of us. Max. Like that on a good day, there were 6 cops to hold down the west side. And the west side was like I may be wrong, but it's like a block of like 21 miles to 21 miles in a hood.
Yeah, it's a huge area to cover.
So it's like we're jumping call to call. Like everyone's like, oh, there's burglary happening. Some dude's breaking into my house. DV, my husband just beat the shit out of me. Like we're just jumping call to call. Right. And we're fucking brand new cops, right? Because we're on the bottom of the totem pole. The only dudes who are on my squad are dudes from my academy class. So we have like that's it. So we'd show up to a call where like dudes are beating the shit out of each other and trying to stab each other, and we'd hook a dude up and we're like, "What do you think we should do?" And he's like, "I don't fucking know." And we're like, "Okay." So we're like reading the state code.
Yeah.
Like, okay, that falls under this state code. We can arrest him for this.
Oh yeah. We have no like direct leadership.
So we have a sergeant, right? But it's different from the military, which is I love, which is great, right? I have the opportunity to be my own person and to do what I think is right. And the only time my supervisor shows up is if it's a fucking super shit show and he needs to be there, or if I fuck somebody up. Right? If I get into a scrap or a use of force is happening, then he shows up to interview that person for my use of force. So like brand new guys, man. Like we don't like, we know what's going on and we know the state statutes and stuff like that, but we're brand new cops. Like we're not seasoned. We haven't seen everything yet. We don't know what's going on. I remember the first time I dealt with a dude who got shot. It was a big poly dude. He was a TCG gangbanger, drug deal gone bad. Took 2 rounds to the thigh from a 9mm. And I was so like laser focused on where to go I remember like me and my other buddy from the academy, like we're running up, or like sprint through a parking lot. I'm hopping a fence, and he looks at me and he's like, "Hey, dude, there's a opening right here," and 2 feet to my right, there was an opening in a fence big enough to drive a fucking car through. But I was so tunnel focused on what was going on, I didn't even see.
Yeah.
So like I hop over the fence, I'm running up to this dude. I'm like, "Hey, where you hit?" They got a makeshift tourniquet on his leg with a belt. I pull out a rat tourniquet. Thank God for the Marine Corps' TCCC program, because that saved a lot of people. These people that I've worked on saved a lot of dudes. Like in the Marine Corps, I carried a tourniquet in my left cargo pocket, and every day to this day on the street, I carry a tourniquet in my left cargo pocket because of that. And I know how to use it, and I can do it well.
Yeah.
So yeah, makeshift tourniquet, belt. Like I end up pulling out my tourniquet, throwing it up over his belt, tightening it down, getting it secured. And that was the first time I've ever had like another person's blood on my hands and feeling how slippery it was. It was like Dawn dish soap. Like if you squirt a bunch of dish soap on some rubber gloves, and that's how it felt, because it's super slippery and then it gets sticky. But yeah, like I thank God for that class, because that helped me a lot. Put a tourniquet on this dude, drug deal gone bad. I had homies with me that I trusted and could secure me while I worked on this dude. And yeah, like it's funny because like a lot of the dudes that I've done work on were shitheads. Like that dude, 2 weeks later, he almost got shot by police at a motel for being a shit. And then I put forth the effort and risk to save his life 2 weeks prior. He kept doing things.
Right. Yeah. And that's got to be disheartening to some degree to know that you're fucking putting everything you got into saving this guy's life, and he's going to turn around.
So it was at first. At first, it would piss me off, right? Like I risked my life to save yours, and I risked the thought of not coming home to my family to save yours, and then you just keep doing the same dumb fucking thing. But now, I think of it as like live tissue training, right? Like it might sound fucked up, right? Some people are going to disagree with that, and that's fine, right? You have your own opinion. I view it as live tissue training. If I can save a life, I'm going to do my best to do that, and gain the knowledge and experience from that and apply it to the next time. Because when it matters, when my buddy gets hit, there's no way I'm gonna be able to do everything that I can do to save his life, and I can go to bed that night knowing that I did everything I can do. So that was the big one. And then as far as like the citation goes, so we'll get into that now, because I was a new cop. So I was a brand new cop. I was a month, maybe 2 months on my own when this happened. The original call was for an agency assist. So another agency outside of Salt Lake Police Department called for us to check this parking lot for a car. Right. So I kind of felt funky about it. I hit up my buddy on our police computer system. Like, "Hey, bro, like, come over here and check this out with me. I don't trust the person that I'm going with." Because I didn't at the time. He was stuck on something else. Right. So we show up. The car's not there. It's a shitty motel called the All-Star Inn. Or not the All-Star, the Gateway. It's called the Gateway Inn off of North Temple. Huge shithole, it's a motel known for drug dealing, prostitution, all the works, right? Dudes get stabbed there all the time. So we check the parking lot. The car's not there. All right, so I hit the agency back. I'm like, "Hey, bro, your car's not here. Like, we checked the area, whatever." And then I hear like some weird banging, like a loud noise coming from an apartment there, a motel room. And it was on a second floor, and the first floor, this lady comes out. She looks up, and I look at her, and I'm like, "Hey, is that coming from above you?" She goes, "Yeah." So I call out on the radio. I'm like, "Hey, put me on a property check at this place. This is what I hear. This is the room I'm going to. So like, okay, cool. And I'm with this person that I don't trust at the time. I remember banging on the door. So I knock on the door, right? And I don't hear anything. And I can hear some like rustling around. I don't know what's going on. So I'm like, okay. So I start pounding on the door. And then all I hear is, I think I hear help, but I wasn't sure. I couldn't decipher that. And then I hear, okay. I'll open the door. So this dude opens the door, right? He opens the door as a African-American dude. And like, it's colder out. It's like November-ish. Like it's pretty cold out. Not super cold. Like there's no snowfall yet, but it's like in the fall. And this dude is fucking sweating. Like hardcore sweating, like bald head, sweating down his face. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And I look down to his right and I see this dude who is covered in blood. He has long hair, long brown hair, and he's covered in blood. And he pulls his hand out and he points it at me. And he's just doing this, right? Because he can't talk. So I'm like, holy shit. So I back up from the door and I tell the dude, I'm like, get on the fucking ground, get on the ground. My partner, who I didn't trust at the time, steps towards me. So we lose our tactical L. And this dude bolts out and starts running down the catwalk. So I chase him down and tackle him. I end up putting the handcuffs on him. My partner is code black, doesn't know what's going on. So I'd look at her and I'm like, hey, you are going to stay here with him and he's not going to fucking move. And I look back towards the door where he ran from and the dude's starting to crawl out. Still covered in blood. He's got a blood trail back into the room. So I run over to him and it's just me and him. So I start calling on the radio. I'm like, hey, this is what we got. Dude's bleeding pretty bad. And then he had so much hair, like his hair was really long past his shoulders. And there was so much blood, it started to coagulate around his neck. So I couldn't tell where he was hit or what was going on. So I started pulling it back, and then I can see he had a big laceration coming from like his earlobe down to like almost the center of his neck. So it's bleeding really bad from there. And it's just me and this other person, right? So I grab his hand and I put it over that. And I'm like, you need to put pressure on this. I'm like, hold this as tight as you can. I start calling for more units. More dudes start coming up. One dude runs up. He's helping putting pressure on it. I'm like, I need to run back to my car to get some more medical supplies. So I run back down to my car and I grab an H bandage. And I come back up, and the dude I was with didn't know how to use one. So we ended up pulling it apart and then just putting the gauze on it and putting pressure on it. More dudes start showing up, and it's a small, narrow way to get into this little motel. It's like a 2-car one-way. So cop cars start coming, and they ended up blocking the entrance into it. So yeah. So one dude starts calling out. He's like, hey, we need more medical supplies. Some dude starts running up, and I'm like, hey, we need quick clot. Like, I need packing. And then he yard sells the stuff, and he hands me something that wasn't quick clot. And I'm like, no. Like, I remember it's like, I need this. It's quick clot. It comes in a green bag. It's this big. And I had to explain it to this other person. He hands me quick clot, and I tear it open, the first package open, and I pull the second package out. And it pissed me off because I felt like it took me so long to tear open the quick clot gauze to get to the actual package. For some reason, I felt like it forever. I finally I tear that open and I pull the gauze out. I do what Marine Corps taught me to do, man. Like, I make a little power ball. I get it open. My buddy's still holding pressure. I'm like, all right, hey, like, he's like, hey, we're going to pack this, put a light on it. So it's like 3, 2, 1. He pulls up, and then you can see this giant gash, right? And then at that point, I just start packing. So just standard wound packing. I don't know where the bleeding's coming from exactly. So I just packed the shit out of it as best as I could. And the whole time, this dude's like, I'm dying. I'm going to fucking die, blah, blah, blah. And I could feel it. I could feel his vocal cords like in my thumbs as I was packing this gauze into his neck. So So I start packing it in. I pack it. I have the clump left over, place it over top, pressure's on. We're like, hey, bro, like this isn't going to feel good. This is going to fucking suck, but this has to stay or you're going to die. So we get him packaged up. I end up telling some dudes, hey, we got to move some cars to get Gold Cross in. Gold Cross shows up. Dude gets transported to the hospital. And then I remember, like, the part that pissed me off a lot was one of the people, like the person I didn't trust, like we had the suspect in custody. And when that person took them to jail, they booked him at jail for the wrong charge. So he made bail and got out the next day. So he got out the next day, and that pissed me off a lot. And then, like, as we're at the hospital, right, I don't know this is happening. I remember I was like, I'm going to the hospital with this dude because I want to make sure he lives. He ended up living after that. He had one giant gash here, and I think he was stabbed 13 other times in his hands and face. But that was the biggest one, was in his neck. So I remember, like, we were sitting there. They got an OPA in, big, what do they call it, like a King LT or something like that, like a breathing bag down his throat. He comes back too because the sedative wore off, and he starts freaking out and re-tears this all open at the hospital in a bed. So we're like, I'm there as a cop, and I'm like, oh shit, like trying to put pressure on it. The nurses come in, start putting pressure on it. But yeah, like the dude ended up living. Good for him. But yeah, like the suspect got booked under the wrong charges and was released within 2 days. Made bail.
That's a shame, man. That's a shame.
There's no way to like get him back in there.
Yeah, so they issued warrants out for him, but he disappeared like a ghost. He had felony 1, ag assault.
Oh wow.
Right, if he would have just got booked under the right shit, that'd never happened. That's a fucking shame. That's a shame. Did you ever hear from the guy?
Nope.
What happened? What was the situation that unfolded? No.
That's the hardest part about it. It's like I go in and I do these things and I don't know why it happened. I don't know how the dude's doing. I don't know if he's alive. I know he lived past that because I read the reports after and the detective who took the case.
Right.
But I don't fucking know. I don't know why it happened. I don't know if he's still alive. I don't know if he's doing good. I don't know if he's being a shithead. No idea.
Yeah, that's got to be tough, man, because you're like, you put a lot of yourself into that, and then it's like, you know, what's the outcome, you know? And that's May 24th, 2020. SLC 911 took a 911 call about a man screaming from a second-story room at the Gateway Inn. After the fleeing suspect was taken into custody by Officer Greenfield, he found the male victim covered in blood, saying he was going to die. Officer Greenfield kept reassuring him that he was going to be okay and began formulating a plan on how to best assist with first aid measures. Officer Greenfield evaluated the victim and observed severe bleeding from the victim's neck area. He recognized that stopping the bleeding from this area was the highest priority and began having the man apply pressure to his neck. Officer Hargrove, who was working an overtime shift, heard the call and immediately responded to the scene. He arrived and received an update from Officer Greenfield. Officer Hargrove applied pressure to the stab wound on the neck while Officer Greenfield ran into his vehicle to get medical supplies. Officer Greenfield returned with some gauze and began applying it to the neck wound to help stop the bleeding. Officer Nicholas, who was also working an overtime shift, arrived at the scene and began assisting with medical care. He cut the man's clothing off so Officer Greenfield and Hargrove could better evaluate the man and see if there were stab wounds located anywhere else. During this entire chaotic situation, these officers kept their composure, treating the man, and continued to reassure him that he was going to be all right. Although the man had to be intubated by medical personnel, he later stabilized at the hospital. The efforts of Officer Greenfield, Hargrove, and Nicholas were instrumental in his survival. These officers exemplified the core values of commitment to community and and compassion as they treated his wounds. And I appreciate you sharing it. There is so much in there that I think people are going to pull a lot from, and I appreciate you. And I'm sure Dave will say some things too, and he appreciates it. But it's always a pleasure talking with you, brother. And thank you for sharing that story. It's something that opened my eyes too, that I didn't know about you, man. A lot of things, and it's been a good conversation.
Sorry it took so damn long. If you guys feel like doing a part 2, I can dive a lot more into the police world and the stuff that I've done with for that.
Yeah, no, we definitely will.
Oh yeah, we for sure got to do a part 2. When we have a little more time, because I feel like there's so much I wanted to touch on of like getting in with the SWAT team, and the tryout process, and like what your day-to-day life is like now, and some of the missions you've been on with that. We're definitely gonna do a part 2.
Yeah. Let me know when you guys want to do a part 2. I mean, we're a busy team. We did 115 ops last year, and we're about to break that 115 this year. So there's lots of stuff to talk about. I'd be more than willing to share that with you. I think that'd be an interesting listen for sure.
And it's important for people to hear, man. Like you said too. I think the issue now is with the media and shit. You hear all the bad things that happen, but where are these stories, right? Where are these stories about those encounters you've had and the things that you've had to go through and deal with on a day-to-day basis, which fucking nobody talks about it. And it needs to be talked about. It needs to be fucking highlighted that it's important shit. So there definitely needs to be a part 2 where we delve into all that, man, and it's fucking put out there.
More than willing, man. Like to hear that last incident with the dude who got stabbed, like that didn't even make the news. No, yeah,
and that's insane. Like what a crazy turn of events and all these things. I mean, you could have lost your life. That dude could have lost his life. And this guy just got away scot-free, and nobody wants to talk about this shit, but they'll be quick to jump on a story about some bullshit that's going to get a lot of clicks. Well, it needs to be the stories of everyday shit that happens, and because that's the reality of things, man. So
yeah, hit me up for part 2, but if I can leave anything out with whoever listens to part 1 is, I mean, wake up every day and prove somebody wrong. Just because you're in a position doesn't mean you need to be a statistic. So it's not easy doing the right thing, but it'll be more rewarding. That's it.
100%.
Yeah, brother, we appreciate having you on. We appreciate having you out there, keeping the streets safe, and we hope that you stay safe out there, man. And
yeah, man.
Thanks again.
Take good care of yourself, and we'll have you back for part 2 soon.
This is a good time. I appreciate you guys. It was good.